From Castle Rexworth and the Rexworth Estates, I bid you good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are, and whenever you are. My name is Rexworth, Lord Rexworth, and I welcome you to the last stream before Christmas. Going to be doing some just chatting, reacting to probably just a few key things this time, and then I want to focus on some more fun things because I don't know about you, chat, but I've been getting a major case of the holiday blues, and it is, and that's putting it mildly, some IRL things going on with me that I'm having to deal with offline. Don't really want to get into them. It's a private matter. But those of you who've been hanging out in the Castle Rexworth Discord probably could tell past few days have not really been in the best of spirits. This unfortunately has not been a very happy Christmas for me this year. I'm hopeful that next year will be better, but yeah, this year is not really shaping up to be the best Christmas for me, but, you know, making the best of it, despite everything. But anyways, the holiday blues are quite contagious this year. Yeah, and it's funny, I was watching a video from someone, I can't remember who, but from a strictly academic scientific perspective, it's not really a thing, and yet it is sort of a thing. I don't know. I'm kind of feeling like a little bit like George Bailey in those dark moments before Clarence shows up in It's a Wonderful Life. If any of you have ever seen that old film. If you haven't, please go watch it. It's kind of one of those must-watch films for Christmas. I think it may still be in the public domain somehow, so it's fairly easy to get your hands on a copy. I'm sure one of the streaming services has got it, but do go give it a watch. It's really good. But yeah, if any of you remember that scene where he's sitting there in Martini's bar and he's very quietly praying to God, talking about how he's at the end of his rope. You know, I can relate to that because in many ways it kind of feels that way for me this year. But I won't get into the details. Just know that the holidays can be, Christmas time can be rather rough for some people. Just the circumstances out of their control. They may have a lot going on. So I know it's easy to get stressed out during Christmas time. Just give people some grace, is all I can say. Make sure you give people plenty of grace because you just never really know what they're going through, you know? So I think that's probably one of the best Christmas presents that anyone can get, if nothing else, if they get nothing else, is a little bit more grace, a little bit more patience, and a little bit more kindness. Especially considering the fact that it is Christmas after all. But we'll go ahead and leave it there. Anyways, Balleron, hello, welcome. Anglo, welcome in. Joe the Second, I would be absolutely remiss if I did not acknowledge this. Sending us the 500 kicks in the form of the rage quit. Though you didn't exactly rage quit, you're still here, lad. And I thank you for that, and I thank you for the 500 kicks. My pleasure, always nice to give the lads a chance in this gig. Well, thank you, Joe. Yeah, we male VTubers need all the help we can get sometimes in this very gynocentric, female-dominated realm of content creation. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. I think there was a joke one year at the height of the whole politically correct thing of Merry Frickin' Winter. Or, you know, Happy Festivus if you're a Seinfeld fan. But, yes, thank you all for being here. Across all platforms, Kick, Twitch, YouTube. If you're part of the VOD gang, thank you for watching. Be it on Kick, on Twitch, on YouTube, on Rumble. Really, it means the world to me that that all of you are here, and that all of you are part of this journey with me. And I don't say it enough, but especially at this time of year, I really appreciate all of you. Thank you all for your support throughout the year, throughout the years, because we are going into our 3rd year of streaming here. I hope to be with you for many, many more years. The things going on in my life had seriously got me thinking I needed to take a hiatus. Possibly an indefinite hiatus. I don't know. And I don't know if I will still be able to stream on a more regular basis. I'm hoping, fingers crossed, that I can continue to multi-stream and stream to you at least once a week or even twice a week. But I don't know, we'll have to see what the future holds. I know I wanted to stream yesterday, but really was not feeling up to it. And not only that, needed to spend time with family to... just because I'm not going to be with them on Christmas Day. I'm actually going to be working. And also be working New Year's and New Year's Eve. Those of you that are planning on celebrating, please be safe. No drink driving. Definitely don't overdo it. Get a designated driver. Hire an Uber. Hire a Lyft, or some sort of rideshare app of some kind. But yes, please be safe out there. Agenda menu model profit. The thought has occurred to me on more than one occasion of doing a more feminine version of Rexworth. I have thought about it, but models are also expensive, so I don't know if I'll be able to pull it off. Not only that, I don't know if Nullis would be available on such short notice. Of course, it's assuming he even wants to work with me, because I don't know if some people want to continue working with me after sort of coming out as a right-wing content creator. That seems to be a bit off-putting for a lot of people in this realm. But yeah, don't know. But also, Nullis has recently had to increase his prices because of inflation and demand. So, and that's just not an option. I could probably do a pre-built model if I wanted to. I just don't know if there's anything out there that would really match my preferences or that I could modify or something like that. Hey, Peppermint, welcome in. I can tolerate happy holidays on account of the other religions in places like the USA, but Xmas makes me want to hurt people in Minecraft. Well, the X is actually supposed to be a reference to the cross under Christ, hence Christmas, Christmas. So being triggered by Xmas, you're being triggered by all the wrong things, Joe. Especially if you know the history of the shorthand Xmas. But, I mean, that aside, yeah, it makes more sense to just write to type out Christmas. People don't use it that way. That can be true. I guess it depends on how you use it. I know traditionally, the reason they wrote out Xmas was that just limited space, limited ability to print, and so that became the shorthand. But yeah, I do understand that. Oh damn, working those days is rough. Hopefully the pay is extra good. I mean, I'm going to be getting paid. I don't really get any sort of extra holiday pay, time and a half or anything like that, a double time. Since I am on the road quite a lot for my work, I mean, thankfully, usually on those days, traffic is really light. So, well, that's at least one good thing. Traffic will be light. Be able to get where I need to go fairly quickly. Could do what Miku did. He's doing great these days. Yeah, I think Miku put together most of his model with AI. And that is a possibility. I may reach out to Miku and see if he can sort of show me the ropes on what he did to build out something. I am not going to use a voice changer though, chat. That's not going to happen. So if anything, it will be a lot like Miku or Joel, aka Porcelain Maid. So you will have a very decidedly masculine voice coming out of a female model if I decide to experiment with something like that. What's Miku up to these days? He was streaming yesterday on Kick and Rumble, doing his own version of a holiday special. Seems to be doing well. I'm glad he's found a group amongst the remnants of the VTards, and I believe Dawn of Everything is heading up their group, which is not really a group, it's more of a loose coalition of friends or something like that. But the irony is heavy with the fact that you got Nachisu Miku, a Nazi version of Hatsune Miku, pairing up in a group of friends with Neven, a Jewish IDF veteran VTuber. The ironies stick with that one, but hey, if they manage to get on well, I guess it really does give you hope for the world. If an Israeli IDF veteran and a Nazi version of Hatsune Miku can get along rather well and be friends in a group, and who knows, even collab together. It's I guess there's hope for anyone and anything then. So I've seen that sort of thing as like the it's like the ultimate white pill. It's currently using AI to help make a 3D model. From what I understand, Miku's fairly handy with all the AI stuff. So if anyone can do something like that, it's him. Fucking hell, no matter where you go, they're just everywhere. Not sure if you're talking about Miku or Neven. But no, we like Neven. She's a bit bratty. I managed to catch one of her streams live for the first time earlier today. I had no idea how bratty she could be, but it's charming in a way, and she's a fairly good streamer. I wouldn't mind doing a collab with her myself. And I had talked with Miku offline mentioned it to him, saying, "Yeah, you know what? We should probably do a collab ourselves sometime. It would be interesting, to be sure." I don't know if any of you saw. You can check it out on Spotify, or you can check it out over on Rumble. Did an interview with Miku as part of the Lord Rexworth podcast. This was still coming off of the hot controversy with the VTards, and shortly after he got doxxed. And he was still using the voice changer at the time, but I think it was a good interview. I think it was probably one of the best episodes I ever did. And Miku was certainly a great subject to interview. We've kept in touch since then, just to occasionally DM one another, just to say hello or whatever. I know one thing I felt was rather lacking when I was trying to make a point about great contributions by Jewish artists to the world of art and music and literature. And I mentioned offhand, just because streamer brain, it was the only thing I could think of, was Jerry Siegel and Joel Shuster with the creation of Superman, which, I mean, it's comics and cape shit. But probably something a bit more highbrow that I really should have brought up, and I wish I did, in that interview, as a great contribution by a Jewish artist, was Gustav Mahler's Second Symphony. There's a really good film production of a performance of Mahler's Second by the London Symphony Orchestra, and I think it's the London Festival Chorus, conducted by Leonard Bernstein, himself a Jew, and performing at Ely Cathedral, which, if you know anything about Ely, there's some of the best acoustics in the world. And this particular performance, this was, gosh, this would have been sometime in the 1970s. Like, maybe early to mid-70s at the time. And it is quite possibly the best performance of Mahler's Second Symphony that I've ever seen. And I mentioned to Miku that the music and the libretto, or the lyrics, it can be argued, even ironically so, given that Mahler himself was Jewish, that it actually perfectly captures in symphonic form the suffering, the death, the resurrection, and the ascension of Christ. Which, if you know anything about the lyrics and the way the whole Second Symphony flows, especially leading up to the finale, it really does sound like that musical form. And they sort of capture that with the visuals of the murals and mosaics on the ceiling of Ely, you know, showing sort of ascension of Christ and seated at the right hand of the Father, etc., etc. So there's the one point that I wish I could have gone back and made, but I'm not one to insert in edits like that, especially if I'm interviewing someone. I was like, that was my one regret for the interview. Everything else went really well, I think. So, yeah. Oh, Phalanx. Congratulations on your 10-stream watch streak. Congratulations. What's wild is they actually get on great. Pretty much anyone who takes the time to talk to him can agree to disagree and be cordial. That was my impression as well. I mean, he had some pretty edgy takes when I interviewed him, but it was still incredibly cordial, and that cordiality maintains itself both online and offline between him and myself. You know, anything we might disagree on, it's still one of those things that we can agree to disagree on many things. I think collabing with him would be good for your career if you can get in the groove of the banter. Perhaps so. I don't do a lot of collabs because, yeah, I don't know. I'm fairly good at bantering. I think I am anyways, though sometimes I have been accused of perhaps being a bit too quiet in collabs. But that's only because, you know, there's a lot of people in collabs that even if you have like 2 or 3 other people, or even just one other person, I just tend to be rather deferential and generous with giving the floor to other people so that they can say what they need to say. And, you know, I don't like interrupting people, and I don't like stepping over them. And, you know, by extension, I'm not fond of being interrupted myself, being stepped all over when I'm trying to say something to make a point. But yeah, that's sort of the way I am. Yeah, mood. It's easy to remember things after you've already had the conversation. Yes, and this came to me, gosh, it must have been a day or 2 after I put the interview out. And, yeah, DM'd him about it, and I said, gosh, I wish I would have made this point. It would have been so good. But, you know, we can't turn back the clock, and it's already gone to press, and I didn't want to have to try and squeeze that in as an edit, or, you know, have to, especially don't want to inconvenience the guests that you're interviewing to say, hey, can you come back? We need to get a reaction to some other things that are being said here, or, you know, we need additional footage. That's too much of an imposition on anyone, so that's... Nah, we're not going to do that. If you're considering it, have a look at some of the VR chat streams, see what you think of that whole vibe. I have, actually. I've seen a few people who have done VR chat streams. I would not be comfortable wandering into a random world. It would have to be a private world of some kind that not just anyone can gain access to. But I have thought about it. I think that's the way the future is going in terms of streaming. So at some point, it may be necessary to start looking at that in order to maintain some sense of relevancy, but also important to expand my horizons and see what else is out there that can be covered in terms of content. And certainly, it would make for interesting adventures that you can see through my eyes, or perhaps some sort of, you know, overhead camera or something like that that be set up virtually. Right, so let's see. 30 minutes in, I think general welcome and opening yapping is, I think we've fairly covered some things. We'll try to be with you all again this next weekend, a few days before New Year's. The atmosphere that you see behind me is going to change, obviously. We'll have taken down the Christmas decorations here at Castle Rexworth around Boxing Day or something like that. And to give you a sneak peek here, this is what you can expect this next weekend as we make our retreat from Castle Rexworth over to the Rexworth Estates and our lovely lakeside property. as we have this sort of eternal fireworks show going on, of which no one can get any sleep because the damn things keep going off. Hour after hour, day and night. Nice, thank you. It's actually something I've had... Gosh, I think this is about the... I had it for... I don't know if I had this for 2023. No, I did have it for 2023. I did. Yeah, so this is about the third Christmas and New Year's that we've had these. We've had the New Year theme, anyway. The Christmas theme, though, this one's fairly new. This one is... I had another one, but it was... And it was nice, don't get me wrong, but it seemed a bit too much like a small cozy living room in someone's house and not really like a drawing room or a living room that you would find in an elegant grand castle. This that you see behind you now, more fitting of what you would expect to see in a castle. The other one had more of a... I don't know if you'd call it cabin, but, you know, maybe nice living room in fairly large McMansion in suburbia sort of vibe. You had a really nice liquor cabinet off in one corner, but it lacked some scale, we'll put it that way. It lacked a little bit of scale. It was good starting out, but it lacked the grand scale that I and the audience would expect. But anyways, here we are. Let's get into it. Let us do the news. Let's see. Where are you? There we are. We're going to start with this. This has just sent an earthquake throughout social media. It's from Compact Magazine. Article by Jacob Savage called The Lost Generation. I don't know if any of you have had a chance to read this. We're going to read and react to this. Let's force dark here, that way we're not flashbanging everyone. The Eternal... I draw my backgrounds in crayon. We all have to start somewhere, I guess. The eternal fireworks are a fine display of decadence. Your lordship can afford the soundproofing while the plebs suffer. Something like that. Let's see. Anyways, this is The Lost Generation by Jacob Savage. Really making a splash. Lately, we've got a lot of reactions on X to this particular article. But let's go ahead and read it and react along the way. For 15 years, I've scalped tickets to pay the bills, but in January 2016, I almost managed a real career. I was 31, I'd been in Los Angeles for 5 years writing scripts. There had been minor successes, a couple of small projects optioned, and I'd recently started writing with my best friend. We were writing constantly, making each other better, building momentum. Success felt close, back then it always did. We'd written a pilot script that a veteran showrunner had agreed, in a very theoretical, very Hollywood sort of way, to come on to. That project had fizzled, so we were surprised when an executive emailed us out of the blue to meet. The showrunner explained he'd submitted us for an upcoming writer's room he was going to run. The exec had loved our pilot and wanted to hire us. This was it. The moment our careers were supposed to take off, we'd put in our time. I'd been tutoring SATs, reselling tickets to make ends meet while I wrote. and 5 years seemed par for the course based on the slightly older guys we knew who had made it. But of course by 2016 we were already too late. The showrunner emailed us back apologetically. I'd initially thought I might be able to bring you guys on, he wrote, but in the end it wasn't possible. We met with the executive anyway, a Gen X white guy, who told us how much he loved our pilot. But the writers' room was small, he explained apologetically, and the higher level writers were all white men. They couldn't have an all-white male room. Maybe if the show got another season, they'd be able to bring us on. They never did. The doors seemed to close everywhere and all at once. In 2011, the year I moved to Los Angeles, white men were 48% of lower-level TV writers. By 2024, they'd accounted for just 11.9%. The Atlantic's editorial staff went from 53% male and 89% white in 2013 to 36% male and 66% white in 2024. White men fell from 39% of tenure-track positions in the humanities at Harvard in 2014 to 18% in 2023. In retrospect, 2014 was the hinge, the year DEI became institutionalized across American life. I think it was even earlier than that. I honestly think it was much earlier than that. I could feel something like this happening even as far back as the 2000s, which was when I started entering the workforce. I entered the workforce first, then worked a few years before going back to university part-time. But, yeah, I could feel it. And something you should know about me, chat, if you don't know it already. His Lordship not only possesses a 4-year undergraduate degree, but I also possess an MBA. It was an MBA in finance. I even did international study as part of the program. I studied international business and finance in China, which was an incredible experience. At least it wasn't media studies. Yeah, no, I had thought about doing some sort of media degree, but ultimately decided I wanted something maybe with a bit more substance to it, if you can call it that. Really, the MBA just felt like 2 extra years of university. Everyone and their fucking father were doing media studies in the 70s and 80s. Yeah, well, and I also used to work in media. I come from a radio background. I did 10 years in radio broadcasting. And I didn't really study it per se at the university level. Finance is an interesting choice. Yeah, I thought at the time I would transition away from radio broadcasting to something in finance. I didn't want to be an investment banker or merchant banker because the hours and the workload and the work-life balance were just non-existent. It was basically you lived at your job. I thought maybe something like investment management. About the only thing that was offered to me was some sort of low-level stockbroker position, because I graduated in the 2010s with both my bachelor's degree and my master's degree. Around the same time that he's talking about. And even I could see it, that the opportunities just weren't really presenting themselves. Fancy yourself a Mr. New Vegas, do you, Rex? I mean, you're not wrong. A lot of finance, a lot of investing is really just a fancy form of gambling, isn't it? You can try to justify it as much as you like. And, you know, split hairs about it, but really, it's gambling. It's all a crapshoot in the end. Because you don't know what the future holds. You don't even know if it's going to work. I mean, if it makes you feel any better, I couldn't even get a job in fast food. A lot of people can't. And it's a damn shame, too, because there's plenty of people who are willing to roll up their sleeves and do the work. And yet, because of programs like this, like DEI, because of applicant tracking systems, because of all of these different broken systems that they've put into place intentionally, good people can't get jobs. Especially if you are a white man. As we'll see with this article, a lot of places would rather crawl over broken glass before ever hiring a white man. I don't even hear back from local Tesco's I've applied to so I can have a side job at uni. Yeah, see, it's not just confined to the US, it's the UK, it's Europe. DEI has become a sort of global phenomenon, at least in the West. Some places in the global South, some places in the Far East, you might still be able to find some opportunities. But yeah, in the West, forget it. Most of us blokes have to, well, a lot of them are doing like me, they just go into the trades. In industry after industry, gatekeepers promised extra consideration to anyone who wasn't a white man, and then provided just that. With every announcement of promotions, there was a desire to put extra emphasis on gender or race, a former management consultant recalled. And when you don't fall into those groups, that message gets louder and louder and gains more and more emphasis. On the one hand, you want to celebrate people who have been at a disadvantage. On the other hand, you look and you say, wow, the world is not rooting for you. In fact, it's deliberately rooting against you. They're putting into words the things that people like me have felt for years now. And the general attitude is, yeah, we did all this. What the fuck are you going to do about it? You won't do shit. Remind me why Russia's so evil again and how we should die fighting them? Now, you don't hear about the Russians doing this sort of thing with their own people. You don't hear about other Eastern European countries doing this sort of thing with their native populations. You know, except Ukraine grabbing every able-bodied man or even non-able-bodied old men and sending them off to the front lines to die. Even China or Cuba doesn't do this. No, they don't. This is how bad the rot is in the West. But this is how much they hate their own people, and especially the people that made Western civilization what it is. As the Trump administration takes a chainsaw to the diversity, equity, and inclusion apparatus, there's a tendency to portray DEI as a series of well-meaning but ineffectual HR modules. They may be taking a chainsaw, but I don't think it's working, because so many of these DEI departments in public and private organizations are just rebranding, going underground, or they're just taking the names and the placards off the doors, but they're continuing to do what they do. At a company that I was working at, fairly large asset manager, one of the biggest in the world, I remember sitting in meetings and shortly after the executive order from the president saying DEI has got to go, the executives on this particular Zoom call meeting essentially said, yeah, we don't give a fuck what the president says. We're still going to do all this. We're just not going to talk about it. We're just going to keep our inside voices on this sort of thing. I knew that, and then there wasn't much future left for me in that organization, and if anything, I probably had a target on my back. And the idea of this being well-meaning but ineffectual HR modules, it's far worse than that. This is active, systemic, institutionalized racism and discrimination against white men. So don't believe anyone, and don't let them try to gaslight you that it's well-meaning but ineffectual HR modules. It is systemic, institutionalized racism against white people. And it needs to end. And I would dare say it needs to end by any means necessary. Undoubtedly, there's been ham-fisted DEI programming that is intrusive or even alienating. That's all of it, even if it isn't ham-fisted. But for the most part, it's a relatively benign practice meant to increase diversity. That's bullshit. It's anti-white racism. We all know it's anti-white racism. Stop trying to gaslight us and deny otherwise. Mr. or Miss Kianga Yamata Taylor from the New Yorker. Fuck you and the horse you rode in on. Go fuck yourself. While also sending a message that workplaces should be fair and open to everyone, except straight white men. People don't go away, they get replaced. Yeah. That they do. True and real. This may be how Boomer and Gen X white men experienced DEI. Yeah, they were all safe. The Boomers and the Gen Xers, they're all safe from all of this. They're in their positions of comfort and privilege and power. And they just decided, yeah, we're not going to rock the boat. We'll just fuck over the next generation because, you know, fuck them kids. They don't matter. I got mine. Piss off. But for white male millennials, that would be me, DEI wasn't a gentle rebalancing. It was a profound shift in how power and prestige were distributed. Yet practically none of the thousands of articles and think pieces about diversity have considered the issue by cohort. This isn't a story about all white men. No, it's not. It's about straight white men. It's a story about white male millennials in professional America and the rest of the Western world, about those who stayed and who mostly stayed quiet. The same identity, a decade apart, meant entirely different professional fates. If you were 40 in 2014, born in 1974, beginning your career in the late 90s, you were already established. If you were 30 in 2014, you hit the wall. Well, I wasn't quite 30 in 2014, but I definitely hit the wall. Because the mandates to diversify did not fall on older white men who in many cases still wield enormous power. They landed on us. It may be hard to remember now, but a decade ago the prevailing critique of American journalism was that it was woefully lacking in gender and racial diversity. It wasn't woefully lacking in gender and racial diversity. Even if it was, that wasn't a bad thing. It had the people that were willing to do the job. The boomers were the first generation to refuse to jump on the sword for the youth, yes, an incredibly selfish generation. That is going to be their legacy. History will not remember them very kindly. There had been hope that new media would be different, that the internet might bring a wider range of voices. But by the mid-2010s, that optimism was waning. New media ventures like Vox, BuzzFeed, and Politico are trying to shake up the way people get their news and entertainment online, according to an NPR report in 2014. But critics say those newsrooms and leadership roles are overwhelmingly made up of white men. And that's really all they were complaining about. That's all they've ever complained about. Oh, there's too many white men. Okay, but are they doing a good job, though? Well, that doesn't matter. There's too many white men. You notice the focus here, that it wasn't whether or not these organizations was doing a good or bad job. It was, we don't like that there's so many white men. We hate white men, and we want them to lose their jobs. We want them to lose their livelihoods. We want them to lose everything because we hate white men. The critics were mostly right. Gawker was still 57% male and 79% white. Vice was majority male and 70% white. At 5:38, Nate Silver complained about a gender gap so severe only 15% of applications were from women. Well, if women can't do the job, then you're going to have majority white males. And that's not a bad thing. They keep talking about this like it's some sort of bad thing that there's a majority white males at these organizations. And that is not a bad thing. It is not some sort of mortal sin to have majority male, majority white people in the ranks. It was into this world that Andrew arrived in 2015. He took a job at a prominent new media organization and was put on the general assignment desk, monitoring breaking news and cranking out overnight write-ups. It was rewarding, he told me, but if you can imagine working a full-time gig, nights, weekends, then on top of that, trying to build up a beat on the side that would eventually propel you into something sustainable, it's always difficult. Can't, don't want to. Not every person wants or can do every job. I'm not going into construction anytime soon. Yeah, but to these same people, they would argue that we're all just blank slates and that we're all just these little economic cogs in a wheel that can be slotted in and out. Same people who believe that countries are not really countries, they're just economic zones that you can go and just lob a whole bunch of people out and battery farm. And really, when all the chips are down, it's really all about hatred of white males. They hate white men. They're jealous and envious of the things throughout history that white men have built, the natural proficiency, the ability to do jobs and do it well. And is it any wonder now that since those in power have had an absolute hate boner for white men, that so many things have absolutely gone to shit? A worldview that lacks humanity. Yeah, when you just look at people as these economic units, it strips it of all the humanity. But even the anti-white male worldview, which you combine with that looking at people as just economic units, and, you know, if we can just get enough females into an organization or enough minorities into an organization, and make that ubiquitous and systemic and institutionalized, then everything will be all right. And it's not, is it? It's all gone to shit. It's all worse. Things used to fucking work in the West, for the most part, because we had majority white populations and we had white men at the controls. He enjoyed the work and developed a beat. There was still a general optimism in the air, especially around new media. I had very well regarded deep dives and occasionally scoops, he said. I had credibility as someone who had come from a more left-leaning perspective, was well sourced in the left, but was willing to give him a kick in the teeth every now and then. That may have worked back then, but that doesn't work anymore. You're either all in on the left or you're out. At the time, it really felt about holding power to account and giving new ideas a fair airing. Oh, you sweet summer child. After college, before he'd moved into journalism, Andrew had worked in the non-profit world. Ambient talk about diversity and power structures had been part of the general atmosphere, and he'd never much thought about it. In any progressive space, there was always at least some concern about representation, he explained. I did not see that in any way impeding my advancement for the first 6 or 7 years of my career. But that view became harder to sustain. In 2019, David Haskell, who had just been named editor-in-chief of New York Magazine, was asked to respond to staff disappointment that another white man had been elevated to the role. There's the anti-white racism again. He told his staff, I understand that reaction, part of me shares it. The most effective way to move the needle in diversity hiring is for a strong, loud commitment to come from the very top of the masthead. I plan to do exactly that. In other words, he's going to fire a bunch of white people and replace them with unqualified diversity hires. Six or what? I don't know what that means. Andrew didn't work at New York, but he watched similar pressures reshape his newsroom. He'd been there for 5 years, a beat reporter who couldn't seem to move up, and suddenly all anybody could talk about were diversity metrics. Rocky, to welcome in, yo narrator voice, hello. Management was, as he put it, obsessive about recruiting people of color, but the pool was small and anyone promising was quickly poached by the New York Times or cable news. Oh dear, anyway. With all the declarations these newsrooms had been making, the imperatives, enough white guys already seemed to be the mantra, he told me, and you couldn't help but wonder if that meant you were being passed up for opportunities even in your own organization. What are you reading? An article from Compact Magazine called The Lost Generation. Institutions pursuing diversity decided there would be no backsliding. If a position was vacated by a woman or person of color, the expectation was it would be filled by another woman or a person of color. That's discrimination. The hope was always that you were going to hire a diverse candidate, read non-white. A senior hiring editor at the major outlet told me if there was a black woman at the beginning of her career you wanted to hire, you could find someone, but if she was any good, you knew she would get accelerated to the New York Times or the Washington Post in short order, and probably not for reasons of merit. Probably just because she was a black woman. The truth is, after years of concerted effort, most news outlets had already reached and quietly surpassed gender parity. By 2019, the newsrooms of ProPublica, the Washington Post, and the New York Times were majority female, as were new media upstarts Vice, Vox, BuzzFeed, and the Huffington Post. Then 2020 happened and the wheels came off. In the aftermath of George Floyd's death, newsrooms tripped over themselves to stage a reckoning. The New York Times solemnly promised sweeping reforms, on top of the sweeping reforms it had already promised. The Washington Post declared it would become the most diverse and inclusive newsroom in the country. Except for white men, apparently. CNN pledged a sustained commitment to race coverage, while Bon Appetit confessed that our mastheads have been far too white for far too long. Oh, that doesn't sound racist at all. And the magazine had tokenized many BIPOC staffers and contributors. NPR went further still, declaring that diversity was nothing less than its North Star. These weren't empty slogans either. In 2021, new hires at Condé Nast were just 25% male, 49% white. At the California Times, parent company of the Los Angeles Times and the San Diego Union Tribune, they were just 39% male, 31% white. That year, ProPublica hired 66% women, 58% people of color. At NPR, 78% of new hires were people of color. I doubt there's a paper trail. If there ever was, it's long since been erased. But it's one of those things that they just sort of keep the inside voices about, where they just sort of quietly nod to themselves or whisper to one another, yeah, these white men, don't hire them. Pick someone else. The hiring editor recalled, for the typical job we get a couple of hundred applications, probably at least 80 from white guys. It was a given that we weren't going to hire the best person. It was jutting about how we could talk about excluding white guys. The pipeline had not changed much. White men were still nearly half the applicants, but they were now filling closer to 10% of open positions. Suddenly, in Andrew's newsroom, everything was driven by identity. There were endless diversity trainings, a racial climate assessment. At one point, reporters were told they had to catalogue in minute detail the identity characteristics of all their sources. Everything became about race with them. Andrew had been instrumental in forming the union at his company, an objective when negotiations shifted from severance pay and parental leave to demands for racial quotas. They wanted to do emergency hires of black people, he said. Yeah, and racial quotas, at least in the United States, are illegal. I mean, you can't officially do racial quotas. However, unofficially, they do exist and they happen all the time. When he questioned these new priorities, the response was swift. He recalled on a Zoom call, women would clap back at something I was saying, and other women would snap their fingers in the chat window. It was this whole subcultural language being introduced wholesale. Snapping their fingers? What, are we at a poetry recital? This is why women do not belong in the workforce, chat. Women's rights were an absolute mistake, and it's one of the reasons why we're dealing with all this bullshit. Desperate for advancement, he'd had the same job, the same title for nearly 6 years. Andrew looked elsewhere. I applied for positions at The Atlantic, Politico, CNN, The Washington Post, 3 different desks at The New York Times, he told me, but newsrooms were contracting, which only made the competition more intense. When scarcity sets in, you start to worry about these things a little bit more. This was a business model problem that was exacerbated by the racial and gender preference problem. At The Atlantic, Andrew didn't even get an interview. Jeffrey Goldberg, the editor-in-chief, had described his hiring philosophy back in 2019 by opening up the possibilities of younger people, women, and people of color. By imagining their rise in a deliberate way, I've just widened the pool of potential leadership. There's no quota system here. Except, you've just admitted that there is a quota system here. You want to hire specifically younger people, women, people of color. So, no older people. That's age discrimination. And you don't want to hire too many men. That's gender discrimination. And it's apparent that you don't want to hire white people, especially white men, which is also discriminatory. Not that they care. To them, we are fair game. Our lives are forfeit just because of the color of our skin and because we have a penis. But it's still wrong. Goldberg was candid about another less comfortable reality. It's really, really hard to write a 10,000-word cover story, he said in that same interview. There are not a lot of journalists in America who can do it. The journalists in America who do it are almost exclusively white males. Well, if that's the case, then you should be hiring almost exclusively white males. You can't just hire females and minorities and hope that they'll be able to do it by osmosis. In other words, Goldberg is admitting here that yeah, we can hire women and minorities, but they're not going to do as good of a job. It's only discrimination when it's them in their minds. Yeah, it's okay when they do it. One set of standards for them, another set of standards for everyone else. With or without quotas, the Atlantic has succeeded in hiring fewer of these white males. Since 2020, nearly 2/3 of the Atlantic's hires have been women, along with nearly 50% people of color. In 2024, the Atlantic announced that 3/4 of editorial hires in the past year had been women and 69% people of color. And how's that working out for the Atlantic, I wonder? When's the last time any of you were tempted to read something online by the Atlantic? Or even, go to whatever you pick up, a newspaper or a magazine, and get a copy of the Atlantic. How many of you, in the past few years, have had that urging of, gosh, I'd really like to have a copy of the Atlantic to read? I haven't. But I don't know anybody else who has. The irony was, where older white men remained in charge, especially where they remained in charge, there was almost no room to move up. If you hired a team of white guys around you, you were putting a target on your back, recalled the hiring editor. At the New York Times Magazine, one of the few prestige magazines with a public masthead, Jake Silverstein, a Gen X white man, serves as editor-in-chief. I don't know if we can call someone white who has the last name of Silverstein, but whatever. And Bill Wassick, another Gen X white man. Again, we may need to smash that early life on Mr. Wassick here. Serves as editorial director. But of 9 millennial senior editors and story editors below them, there's just one white guy. And he's been there since 2012, effectively grandfathered in. Yeah, all the old guys, they're grandfathered in. Us millennials and younger, we're fucked. I'm a VTuber, I don't read traditional news. I don't either. Even before I was a VTuber, I never read the traditional news because I didn't trust any of it. At the very bottom of the ladder, the picture is a little different. Since 2020, only 7.7% of Los Angeles Times interns have been white men. Between 2018 and 2024, of the roughly 30 summer interns each year at the Washington Post, just 2 or 3 were white men. In 2025, coincident with certain political shifts, the Post intern class had 7 white guys, numbers not seen since way back in 2014. They knew they were in trouble, and they knew they would be called out on it. So they picked 7 white guys and hired them as their token white people. And that, I think, from all of this, chat, is probably the best we can hope for. I don't know if there's going to be any sort of systemic change. I think that you will see some conciliatory moves towards additional token hiring of white guys, but the show will go on, as we've been seeing, because where's the incentive to change? There is none. These organizations are not being made to feel any sort of pain from their decisions, other than sliding towards irrelevancy. But for real systemic change, every single business, every single enterprise, every single government and governmental department needs to feel pain. Until the whole thing collapses, or they turn from their wicked ways and say, we relent, we give up, we'll go back to hiring white men. And we'll go back to hiring them in massive numbers, to the point where they become overwhelming majorities again. Other pipelines dried up as well. The alt weeklies that gave misfit young men their start have shed them entirely. There are no white men on the editorial staff of the Seattle Stranger or on the staff of Indie Week. As of late 2017, there were 6 white men atop the masthead for the Portland Mercury. By 2024, there was just one, the boomer editor-in-chief. I have no idea what any of these publications are. Never heard of them. And given that they don't have people who look like me and think like me working in their staff, I don't know why I would have any interest in finding out more about what they are, what they publish. By the early 2020s, many journalists I spoke to noticed something else. The young white men who once flooded internship and fellowship pools had simply stopped applying. Gen Z men had absorbed the message that journalism was not for them. Yeah, when you keep giving out this basic message of white men need not apply, eventually they'll get the message and they'll go away. Does being British contribute to that? No. Again, I have no idea what the Seattle Stranger, Indie Week, or Portland, or the Portland Mercury. I have no idea what those publications are. I don't know what they write about. I don't live in Seattle. I don't live in Portland. So that may be another thing. I have no idea what Indie Week writes about. But they also have made it clear that they don't want people who look like me on their editorial staff or on their general staff. They are effectively saying that they hate people like me, and they want nothing to do with me. Okay, well, the feeling's mutual then. They can fuck off. To be fair, neither do I. Yeah, I don't know if anybody is even... what are these? Who the fuck cares? They almost sound like publications that are read by other journalists. And the other journalists just read them so that they can claim that they're cool and relevant at cocktail parties or something. The femaleness is striking, a well-known Gen X reporter with impeccable liberal bona fides confided. It's like, wow, where have the guys gone? Well, you told them to fuck off, so they did. And now you've got the shocked Pikachu face because all the guys, especially all the white guys, have fucked off. In less than a decade, the entire face of the industry changed. The New York Times newsroom has gone from 57% male, 78% white in 2015 to 46% male and 66% white in 2024. Condé Nast today is just 35% male, 60% white. BuzzFeed, a media operation that had been 52% male and 75% white in 2014, was just 36% male and 52% white by 2023. But nothing explains the new media story quite like Vox, whose explainers dominated 2010 discourse, and whose internal demographics capture the decade's professional shift. Back in 2013, when Ezra Klein came under fire for his startup's lack of diversity, Vox Media was 82% male and 88% white. That's what catapulted it to infamy. And then voices started to say that that was somehow a bad thing. And that Mr. Klein needs to kill the goose that lays the golden egg. Because diversity and because they hate white men. By 2022, the company was just 37% male and 59% white. And by 2025, leadership was 73% female. Yeah, and look at Vox now. It's shit. The demographic shift reshaped not only who told the stories, but which stories got told. After George Floyd's death, Andrew's colleague Lucas was assigned a piece about why you should never call the police. I remember having to interview one of these abolitionists for a story about how, if someone breaks into your car or your home, it is white supremacy to call the cops, even if you need it for an insurance report, Lucas told me. That always made me feel gross. I think back on that with a lot of regret. Not enough regret to, I don't know, not publish the fucking story? I mean, if you had any principles whatsoever, you would have stood up and said, no, this is stupid and it's wrong, and I'm not gonna cover this. I'm not gonna give these abolitionists a voice. And just so we're clear, it's not white supremacy to call the cops. Even if you need it for an insurance report. Anyone who is saying that probably wants to rob you. And probably wants to kill you too. But then again, that's the sort of absolutely insane people that we're dealing with on the left. They hate us and they want us dead. But as Sam Hyde says, they want you broke, dead, your kids raped and brainwashed, and they think it's funny. Newsrooms were centre-left places in 2005. A prominent Gen X reporter told me. Now they're incredibly left places. I imagine one reason newsrooms have gotten more explicitly lefty is that you have white guys and white women adopting a kind of protective coloration, allyship mindset to get through the door. That's not going to work. They're just going to get eaten last. Andrew, for his part, was unable to adopt the performative allyship that had become expected. I always thought I was an effeminate nerd growing up, but my way of expressing myself now puts me on the most masculine end of men in media. That's called a shifting of the Overton window. I started to pick up on the fact that there wasn't much room for people who even speak in my timbre. Yeah, honestly, if people are judging you for your timbre, those people can fuck off. If they're so threatened and triggered by that, they really don't have any place in regular society. But they're probably not even triggered by it. They just want to flex on you. They just want to grab onto anything they can to try and shut you up. To stop you from speaking, and eventually to silence you, and eventually to just take everything from you, and eventually mark you for death. You give them an inch, they'll take a mile. He was recruited for a senior reporter position in a more prestigious outlet, jumping through hoops every step of the way, as he told me. But by the end it felt like a cruel joke. Extensive interviews, writing tests, endless meetings with various editors, only to find out months later the job had gone to someone a decade younger than him. A gay man of color. Oh, discrimination then. Who managed to go from intern to assistant editor to senior reporter in less than 2 years. No way in hell that gay man of color was qualified for all of that. Not in that time frame. That is pure diversity hire. Right there. And all those hoops, it's just a humiliation ritual. The process is the punishment. If you're a white man, you got to be the superstar, Andrew told me. You can't help feeling like no matter how good you are, you were born in the wrong year. Or even with the wrong skin color. As he saw it, the industry had its super successful white guys who had made it before 2014 and so were functionally Gen X, but for everyone else, moving up in a contracting industry was nearly impossible. I was kind of grandfathered in during one era and had achieved a level going into 2015 and 2024 where it just didn't really affect me, one of these superstar journalists told me. After surviving years of buyouts, Andrew finally made senior reporter in 2023, but by then it felt less like recognition than a consolation prize. He was coming up on 40, unmarried, with little room for forward or lateral movement. When the next round of buyouts hit, he decided it was time to leave. Felt. That's sort of how it felt in my last few years of working in radio. I kind of hit a peak, and then it was just all sort of downhill from there. Because the industry itself was going downhill. There are many stories we tell ourselves about race and gender, especially in academia. But the one thing everyone I spoke to seemed to agree on is that it's best not to talk about it, at least not in public, and at least not with your name attached. The humanities are so small, the millennial professor nervously explained there's a difference between thinking something and making common knowledge that you think it, said another. So it came as a bit of a shock when David Austin Walsh, a Yale postdoc and left-wing Twitter personality, decided to detonate any chance he had at a career with a single tweet. I'm 35 years old, I'm 4+ years post-PhD, and quite frankly I'm also a white dude, he wrote on X. Combine those factors together and I'm for all intents and purposes unemployable as a 20th century American historian. Lie not found. Simple statement of fact, but the pile-on was swift and vicious. You are all just laughable, wrote the New York Times' Nicole Hannah-Jones. Have you seen the data on professorships? White males are 30% of the US population, but nearly 40% of faculty, tweeted a tenured professor at GWU. Hard to make the case for systemic discrimination. The radio presenters who got into podcast early were on the pig's back, as they say. Yeah, they were. But there was a point where podcasts were starting to sort of wane and dry up. It was only with the release of certain true crime podcasts and, well, especially Joe Rogan, that it started to take off again. It didn't matter that as far back as 2012, women were more likely to be tenure track across the humanities than men. or that a 2015 peer-reviewed study suggested that STEM hiring favored women, or even that Cooper HR, an association of academic DEI professionals, found that assistant professors of color, 35%, and female assistant professors, 52%, are overrepresented in comparison to US doctoral degree recipients, 32% and 44% respectively. As in other industries, what mattered were the optics. When people looked at academia, they still saw old white men, and lots of them. A big part of why it's hard to diversify is the turnover is really slow, a tenured millennial professor explained. And that's become worse now because boomers live a long time. Many elite universities once had mandatory retirement at 70. But in 1994, Congress sunsetted the academic exemption for age discrimination, locking in the demographics of the largely white male professoriate for a generation. White men may still be 55% of Harvard's arts and sciences faculty, down from 63% a decade ago, but this is a legacy of boomer and Gen X employment patterns. For tenure-track positions, the pipeline for future faculty, white men have gone from 49% in 2014 to 27% in 2024. In the humanities, they've gone from 39% to 21%. Sorry, chat, if there's a lot of pauses. I kind of have a dry, scratchy throat today. So, having to hydrate a lot. Isn't that a racist conspiracy theory? Yeah, that's what they try to say in their gaslighty way. But it's not. Drink your tea. I don't have any tea on me. I might actually take a break here shortly and go brew up some throat coat tea. The pipeline and the cohorts have not changed much. Newly minted humanities, PhDs, have been evenly split between men and women for over a decade now. And white men outnumber other groups in most applicant pools, but who was getting hired certainly did. At Berkeley, white men were 48.2% of faculty applicants in the physical sciences, but it's 26% of hires for assistant professor positions. Since 2018, only 14.6% of tenure-track assistant professors hired at Yale have been white American men. In the humanities, that number was just 6 out of 76, or 7.9%. The white men who do get hired are often older, more established, or foreign. Several people I spoke with noticed that European white men don't seem to face these barriers. The reason, one professor suggested, is that they exist slightly outside the American culture wars. Or probably they are good little allies. I mean, we are talking about academia. Most of those people are going to be leftists. So, they say all the right things, virtue signal in all the right ways, etc. Another is an administrative sleight of hand. Federal Education Statistics, or IPEDS, classify foreign nationals outside racial categories. In other words, a white European on a work visa doesn't register as white in diversity metrics. Among new PhDs with definite academic employment plans, white temporary visa holders are nearly twice as likely as white US citizens or permanent residents to secure tenure-track positions, 61% versus 33.1% in 2023. Senior hiring still is very often white men, Will, an Ivy League professor, told me. His humanities department had hired 2 higher-level white men, then conducted a search for a junior professor. There was one white man among the finalists. On paper, he was so clearly the strongest candidate. It really kind of did feel like, well, we can't not interview this guy, but we're still not going to hire him. He had been told if we're on the fence here, we should not go with the man again. The process is the punishment. Yale's history department, with 10 white male professors over the age of 70, provides a striking illustration of the generational divide in hiring. Since 2018, they've hired 4 older white men as full professors, but among 16 tenured or tenure-track millennials, just 1 is a white man. At 84, the Cold War historian John Gaddis isn't even the oldest in the department. The Yale History Department at the time I arrived in 1997 was overwhelmingly white and male, if not yet millennial, he told me in an email. Some remedial action was long overdue. I don't like the term white European. It sneakily disconnects the race from the ancestral homeland. That's fair. That's fair, but given what we face, we're all going to have to unite as white Europeans in a large block like that if we're going to have any chance of winning. This remedial action can take many forms. Berkeley commissioned regression analyses to identify which quasi-legal strategies would produce the fewest number of white male job offers. They are trying to see just how much anti-white racism they can get away with legally. At Dartmouth, the Mellon postdoc program provided 10 tenure-track positions for new hires with a demonstrated commitment to addressing racial underrepresentation in their discipline. None were white men. Indeed, a European American will do a better job as it retains the connection to the land. Cluster hiring, which began in the 90s as a way to expand interdisciplinary research, was transformed in the 2010s as a shortcut to achieve diversity goals. Entire groups of underrepresented candidates could now be hired at once, working around the often Byzantine tenured approval process. The way you try to demographically diversify without making it explicit is searching in areas where the areas are strongly correlated with gender or ethnicity, an Ivy League professor explained to me. A cluster hire in Latinx studies will gain you several Latinx faculty. A professor of transgender studies will in all likelihood not be a straight cis man, and a white male assistant professor of black sexualities is closer to an SNL sketch than to any lived reality in 2024. All of this left little oxygen for anyone else. James spent nearly a decade first at Yale Law, then a top classics program, watching his professional pathways narrow until they seemingly disappeared. He saw people he knew, as long as they fit the right demographic profile, bypass open searches and receive tenure-track offers before they even finished their PhDs. My own advisors would say very openly, they're just 2 completely different hiring schemes. They're just 2 completely different categories of person. A 2-tier system in the Ivy Leagues. No. Imagine my shock. But is that Yale Law? You would think he'd have enough knowledge there to possibly pursue some sort of legal action. I mean, that's what I would do. But then again, I'm a believer in the notion of in defeat malice and victory revenge. Latinx is a fucking retarded term. Seriously, a mixed Latina. Oh, sincerely a mixed Latina. Thank God Trump made it acceptable to call this sort of reverse affirmative action. Yes. Hanging over it all was an invisible curriculum, the political assumptions about what should and should not be studied. James recalled a fellow graduate student he met at Yale, a white man oblivious to the latest academic orthodoxies. He went on this long, passionate monologue about military history. This bloke sounds autistic. He knew all sorts of details of Roman military history. He really wanted to study it. Yeah, I think this bloke is autistic. And I just thought, you are hopeless. There's no way anyone is going to hire you. He almost wasn't schooled properly. Well, he's autistic. If he had been, without anyone ever needing to tell him, he would just drop all that about military history because he'd know that's white and European and male and dead. Only one person from James's classics cohort wound up with a tenure-track offer. He's gay, Asian American, exceptionally conversant in the language of critical theory. So he ticks off enough boxes. And he got his job on the merits. I'm going to press X to doubt on that. He's extremely good. I'm going to press X to doubt on that. But he's into stuff that's also very in. Yeah, he ticks off all the boxes and signals the right virtues. Notice he said schooled, not educated. There is a difference. James, on the other hand, applied to just a couple of tenure-track jobs in classics before he gave up. Most people didn't even try, he told me. For young white men doing dead white male stuff, it was just totally hopeless. And yet, it's important. Military history has its place. History itself is important. I'd trust an autistic historian any day of the week. I would too. Because we know they're going to deep dive into something, and more often than not, they're going to get to the truth and come up with a factual narrative that teaches other people about what the fuck happened in a certain time period. I operated on entirely false assumptions, Ethan, an Ivy League-educated social scientist, told me. He'd always had the vague, naive, frankly privileged idea that professionally everything would work itself out. I was going to be a tenure-track professor, he said. That was my expectation. Like so many middle-class millennials in the Obama era, Ethan believed he was on the right side of history. He had entered academia after an unsatisfying stint in the corporate world precisely because he was interested in issues of inequality. He wanted to make the world a better place. I came in wide-eyed, bushy-tailed, but I felt like in the early 2010s, there was good reason to feel that way, he told me. Society was moving in a direction that felt more fair and less caste-oriented. I didn't get that feeling at all. If anything, it was moving in the opposite direction. After Ferguson and Black Lives Matter, and then Me Too, as talk of diversity and representation and privilege swept across campuses, universities responded with a host of new initiatives. While faculty diversity programs have been in place for decades, Penn and Columbia committed tens of millions of dollars to address the issue in 2012, Harvard in 2006, Yale had launched efforts as early as 1999. These had been mostly ineffective. This time would be different. The new initiatives may have had ethereal, non-specific names like Inclusive Excellence and Toward New Destinations, but they had very concrete goals. Things changed really quickly, Ethan said. I think I was just a couple of years off in terms of what the opportunities looked like. In his first year on the academic job market, Ethan applied to nearly 50 jobs. It was a slog. He was thrilled when he was a finalist for tenure-track position at Brown University. He was flown out to Providence where he toured the campus, met with faculty, but Brown, like much of the academic world, had other institutional priorities. Back in 2016, Brown had pledged to double faculty diversity within 6 years. There's significant work to do in the coming months and years to implement the Diversity and Inclusion Action Plan, Provost Richard Locke, himself a white male boomer, said at the time. A diversity representative was installed on every job search committee. So, a parasite. The Office of Institutional Equity and Diversity reviewed all hiring advertisements, as well as faculty's short and long list in tenure-track hiring. The long list is a collection of potential candidates. The short list is a selection of the most qualified to consider for interviews. To give a sense of what this meant on the ground, in 2022, there were 728 applicants to tenure-track jobs in the humanities at Brown, 55% of whom were men. At every stage of the process, the male share was whittled down. The long list was 48% male, the short list 42%. Really appreciate the formatting of this article, very stylish. Yes. No, it feels like a proper digital magazine. Only 34% of candidates who made it to the interview round were male. Only 29% of the jobs were ultimately offered to men. A similar dynamic played out in the social sciences. 54% of the 722 applicants were men. 44% of the shortlist was male. Just 32% of job offers were tendered to men. In the physical sciences, women were 23% of applicants, but received 42% of job offers. Ethan made it to the final interview round at Brown. After a long back and forth with the search committee, a sign he believes of internal dissension, probably true, he lost out. They wanted everything through the prism of race, Ethan recalled. Unless you place race squarely at the center of your research, you're vulnerable, especially if your identity doesn't fit the desired profile. Of the men who managed to pass through Brown's gender gauntlet, almost none were white. Since 2022, Brown has hired 45 tenure-track professors in the humanities and social sciences. Just 3 were white American men. Over the next 3 years, Ethan applied to dozens more positions, including at UC Berkeley and UC Irvine. As elsewhere, the UC schools required DEI statements, in which prospective faculty were asked to detail future plans to advance diversity, equity, and inclusion. Ethan had to write dozens of these statements in the course of his job search. How humiliating. But the UCs took it a step further. Under an $8.5 million state program called Advancing Faculty Diversity, UC administrators used DEI statements as a first cut to winnow down applicant pools before faculty were even allowed to consider candidates. Ethan did not make any UC shortlist, but why would he have? The program had achieved its intended effect. At Berkeley, as recently as 2015, white male hires were 52.7% of new tenure-track faculty. In 2023, they were 21.5%. UC Irvine had hired 64 tenure-track assistant professors in the humanities and social sciences since 2020. Just 3 were white men, 4.7%. Of the 59 assistant professors in arts, humanities, social science appointed at UC Santa Cruz between 2020 and 2024, only 2 were white men, or 3%. All in all, Ethan was a finalist for a tenure-track position 5 times. He was flown out again and again for interviews and meet and greets and departmental dinners, always the bridesmaid, never the bride. At a certain point, he began to see himself the way the search committees did. Other identifiers or other things I valued about myself have receded, he explained. Being a white man, meanwhile, moved into the foreground in a way I did not expect. It's taken a toll on Ethan's personal life, I can only imagine. He's been with his partner for 7 years, but they've spent much of that time treading water. They want kids, but without the financial security of a tenure-track position, it's daunting. That decision is on hold, and may never happen, he said. He's always anxious the grant money might dry up. I don't feel like my career path is leading anywhere. It feels like a dead end. Occasionally, he surrenders to anger and bitterness. There's a huge group of talented white men who can't get tenure-track jobs, he told me. But a set of institutions so obsessed with bias, they're completely blind to their own. And there's a good pull quote there, chat. But a set of institutions so obsessed with bias, they are completely blind to their own. Though I don't even know if they're blind to it. I think they're fully aware of it. And they push for it, aggressively. But how many of you, in chat, have felt like this? You want to get married, have children, buy a house, start a family, do the proper things that adults do. And for so long it's been on hold, to the point where you wonder if it's going to happen at all. You work hard in a career path, or trying to find any job whatsoever where you can climb up to bigger and better positions. And it all just feels so dead end. Like you're not going anywhere. You're not advancing. Not even getting raises. Not even the occasional attaboy from the boss. And that's if you can even get anyone to look at your applications or your resume or your CV. You're willing to work hard. You're willing to put in the effort. You're willing to pay your dues. And yet for the whole generation of white men, they've been told, effectively, that the opportunities of previous generations are no longer available to you. And because of your skin color and your gender, you will not be considered for anything. If anything, you're told to fuck off. Or you're just told to game into yourself. Or more twisted and perversely, you're told, cut off your dick, take hormones, and get sex change operations and become a woman. And maybe we'll consider it. Yeah, mood, unfortunately. It's like when a group of kids purposely exclude someone they don't like. Yeah, and that someone can't seem to figure out what they did wrong. Or what they did to be excluded like that. It's like trying to climb a sand dune with the promise of an oasis if you reach the top. Yeah, except there is no oasis. It's been taken away for people like us. And then they wonder, why are white men so far to the right these days? Why is Gen Z becoming so extreme in their views? Never seems to occur to them. They made us this way. They made us become the very thing that they most fear. As for Richard Locke, the provost who spearheaded Brown's Diversity and Inclusion Action Plan, in 2022, Locke left to accept a sinecure as Dean of Apple University, Apple's in-house personnel training facility. So, he retired, and that's what he's spending his retirement years doing. In all searches, there's been a consistent attention to diversity and inclusion, he bragged in a valedictory interview. His replacement at Brown was, who else? Another 60-year-old white man. Matt is a sort of smart, slightly manic cinephile who's been a fixture of Hollywood forever. The guy at the bar who can explain why a project was greenlit to a buyer with lots of money and little experience, or why a director got hired, background as a playwright, and it was Scott Rudin, and dismissed the latest Netflix release with a wave of his hand. Dog shit, a story that shouldn't be in a movie. That's a lot of Netflix releases these days. Except for maybe K-pop Demon Hunters, that one wasn't so bad. Like me, Matt moved out to Los Angeles in 2011, but unlike me, by 2014, he'd landed a job as a staff writer on a network television series. I thought I'd be one of those mediocre white jabronis who just floats to the top and works forever, he said. He earned more money from that single episode of network TV than he'd ever seen in his life. He felt he was on a familiar trajectory. Write some specs, network around, get your break, work steadily till you get your own show. Yeah, and for so many of us in broadcasting, that was what we believed was the trajectory. Pay your dues, cut your teeth, work your way up, And eventually, you might get your own show, your own block, or something like that. But it couldn't outrun the culture. In the fall of 2014, the Oscars nominated only white people for acting awards, and Oscars So White was born. On this subject, what do you make of gerontocracy? I'm going to have to look that up. Form of rule in which an entity is ruled by leaders who are substantially older than most of the adult population. I mean, doesn't that accurately describe what we're dealing with now? Government based on rule by old people? I mean, just look at everyone in Washington, D.C. So many of them are in their 70s and 80s and even 90s. Because they just can't let go and make room for a new generation. And in some ways, you could say it's the same in the UK, in the EU, sort of. I mean, Keir Starmer, he's middle-aged. A lot of the EU commissars, very middle-aged people. But they're not pensioners. But they're still shit. Reminds me of a YouTube video I got recommended, The Old Are Dragging the World to the Grave. Yeah, they kind of are. Because they just can't let go. I'm of the opinion that old people do have a lot to offer, but in government there should be an age cutoff to limit power. There probably should be. There's a lot of collective wisdom from what Rush Limbaugh used to call seasoned citizens. That is a very heavily underutilized resource in this world. But also at the same time, older generations have to have the graciousness to know when to bow out, when to pass the baton or the torch to the next generation. And we really haven't seen that by and large with the boomers. If anything, they cling to their positions and their power and their influence and authority quite greedily. Quite to the point where it really does seem like a lot of them are afraid of death. When death comes for us all. That's like the slogan from Zero Hedge. On a long enough timeline, the survivability of everyone is zero. I once told my father I don't want to get old and feeble. He told me I probably won't feel that way when death is getting close. Yeah. Some people will say to themselves, and will actually keep to their word of, when it's time to go, it's time to go. But for others, they will want more time. In their mind, it will be a dialogue of, I just need a little more time. I don't want to go just yet. I want to hang on just a little while longer. Call it what you will, call it pride, call it ego. It's different with different people. I'd imagine the clinging to life and power is more of a secular affliction. Perhaps so. But there's even religious people who will zealously cling to life and to power. It's sort of an individual soul issue, in a way. New York Times ran story after story about Oscar So White. The Academy promised reform, as did the studios, and they delivered. In 2015, Matt was looking for a follow-up job as a staff writer or story editor. I couldn't crack anything, he recalled. It was like almost immediate. There was a real disillusionment because I thought it was just kind of me for a while. In a way, it was him, but it's also not his fault. The deck was being stacked against him. Hollywood was in the midst of a revolution. As Oscar So White bled into Me Too, the mandates only intensified. You could read a white guy's script, a former assistant to a Gen X white male showrunner told me, but there was no way in hell that person was going to get staffed on the show. Showrunners only had a couple of spots for white people, and they kept those for the 40 or 50-year-old white guys they'd known for years. So, all the olds hanging on to their positions, and no room for fresh blood. I'd imagine... Oh, read that one already. A whistleblower sent me a document from early 2017, an internal needs sheet compiled by a major talent agency that shows just how steep the headwinds were. Across the grid, which tracks staffing needs for TV writers' rooms, the same shorthand appears dozens of times. Diverse, female, women and diverse only. In other words, white men need not apply. I can't imagine any of this is legal, but it's Hollywood, it's show business, they don't give a fuck about legalities. What I mean is that I think the cultural framework of Abrahamic religion puts emphasis on the afterlife, and the only people who should fear a timely death are the sinners. True. Those who have not made their peace with God and confessed their sins, they've got something to worry about. That's why when I give a sort of virtual altar call, I ask that question: if your heart stopped beating mere moments from now, are you at peace with God? And do you know where you would go to spend eternity? And if you don't have a definite answer to that question, then perhaps it is time to confess and repent of your sins and consider a personal relationship with Jesus Christ. Ghostbusters 2016, yeah. Women and diverse only, and that's exactly what we got. And it was shit. These mandates come from some of the most powerful names in television. Noah Hawley, prioritizing women. Dean Devlin, prioritizing women, ideally higher ethnic African American. Ryan Murphy, want female and diverse, emphasis on African American. Whites need not apply. This was systematic discrimination, documented in writing, implemented without consequence. It's striking how casual it all was. Chicago Fire, the upper level can be anyone, but we need diverse staff writers. In other words, no white men. As in other industries, upper level positions, writers with experience and credits could still be filled by white men, but the entry-level jobs, the staff writer and co-producer positions, that Matt and thousands of other aspiring writers were competing for were reserved for others. Thank you so much for the follow. Oh, no, that's a gift of a sub. To Asavoy. Joe, thank you for that. Savoy, enjoy your subscription, courtesy of our Joe II here. The studios had these quotas they felt pressure to fill, a veteran talent manager told me. It was always the lower and mid-level people. Every fellowship, grant, and hiring incentive was suddenly oriented toward changing who got in the door. The Writers Guild lists more than a dozen studio-run initiatives for emerging diverse writers. The Disney Writing Program, which prides itself on placing nearly all of its fellows as staff writers, has awarded 107 writing fellowships and 17 directing fellowships over the past decade, none to white men. Nearly every capsule bio for these programs is an attempt to communicate with as little subtlety as possible. The writer is not a white man. A Korean and Polish-American writer from Seattle. Last I checked, the Poles were white. A comedy writer with Cuban, Puerto Rican, and New Mexican roots. Another prestigious venue for up-and-coming screenwriters was the Sundance Screenwriters Lab, which proudly lists Darren Aronofsky, Paul Thomas Anderson, and Quentin Tarantino among its alumni. The lab was just amazing, Tarantino recalled in 2017 at the 25th anniversary of Reservoir Dogs. They took us really seriously. I couldn't believe how altruistic it was. Their whole point was just to help us, to refine our aesthetic. In the 2010s, Sundance came under fire for producing a disproportionate number of white male auteurs. Oh my God, how awful. The organization decided it would never happen again. In 2016 and 2017, 27.5% of applicants to the Screenwriters Lab were white men, but they were just 14.7% of participants. That figure turned out to be relatively high. Since 2018, just 8 of 138, or 5.8%, of the fellows selected have been white men. Notably, nearly all have either had some other defining characteristics, disabled, gay, or were partnered with a woman or a person of color. Because no unescorted white men allowed. Today, just 1 in 10 millennial programmers at Sundance is a straight white man. And is it any wonder why Sundance is shit? Why it's lost all of its relevancy? Why, if you're going to make a film, don't bother with Sundance? These programs, originally established to open a closed pipeline, turned into their own exclusionary infrastructure. I mean, they were doing that even long before all of this. That's why you had, in response, competing film festivals like Slamdance. They've just become their own navel-gazing echo chambers. Their own private little social clubs. And the people that want to make indie films, and that do, usually end up going elsewhere to get some sort of distribution or screening. If anything, what do you need film festivals for when we have the internet and you can upload it to someplace like YouTube, submit it to Amazon, or other smaller, more independent outlets? And there it is, available worldwide or in most of the world. Matt never bothered applying. At a certain point you realize the juice isn't worth the squeeze. You're doing everything you can to break through, but the goalposts keep moving. Yeah, they keep moving because they don't want white males in these spaces. After striking out in TV for almost 5 years, Matt transitioned into features which were less identity-driven. I thought not working for that many years would break me, but it actually made me better, he told me. I had to figure out how to write stuff that would pop and get me back in. When we spoke, it was a real point of pride how much he'd been able to improve his writing, how, at least temporarily, He'd succeeded in overcoming the odds. By the end of the 2010s, that work paid off. One of his scripts landed on the Blacklist, the prestigious annual ranking of unproduced screenplays voted on by Hollywood development executives. This gave Matt much-needed momentum. He sold multiple spec scripts and was finally able to quit his day job, but it was hard to translate into steady work. Even after he managed to get A-list showrunners attached to a couple of projects, when staffing season came, they never offered him a position on their own shows. Hiring me was never even in the conversation, he said. In other words, Matt had a better chance of getting his own show on the air than of getting staffed. Dan Erickson, the creator of Severance, who sold his pilot in 2016, was not able to land a job in a TV writer's room until his own show began production. In 2020 to 2021, Matt's agent submitted him for the Prestige series. The showrunners liked his sample. They wanted to talk about availability, but the offer was abruptly pulled. One of the showrunners, a Gen X white guy, had blocked it. The room already had too many white guys. Festivals and conventions give an air of exclusive access and privilege. The whole vibe builds more hype if done properly, in my opinion at least. I miss E3 for that. Yeah, you haven't heard about anything about E3 in years. It's like one of those things that used to be a really big fucking deal. And now, nobody gives a shit. You're crawling through broken glass and it's still not enough, Matt reflected. I kind of just choose to ignore it out of self-preservation because if I'm bitter and angry, then I'm even further away from what I want. Nobody wants the guy shaking his fist. I honestly don't think that Matt is bitter or angry enough. Maybe not the bitter part, but he's certainly not angry enough. I don't think anybody is really angry enough over this whole thing. It has been effectively admitted that most jobs are shutting off or shutting out white men in the name of DEI. We have at least tacit admissions that yes, a form of racial discrimination is going on against white men. And nothing's been done about it. And I honestly don't think anything meaningful will be done about it either. We are at the stage now. We're past, this is not happening, or it's happening but it's not really that bad. We are now at the stage of it's happening and it's a good thing. Right before they hit the accelerator and say you're a bad person for not wanting this to happen. Though they kind of skipped over that step and got to it already. Throughout our conversations, Matt never blamed the women or the people of color who had gotten opportunities he hadn't. He should. He blamed the older generation of white men who pulled up the ladder behind them, also deserving of blame. And he was right to. No. There's plenty of blame to go around. Yes, we need to blame the older generations who pulled up the ladder, but we also need to blame the women and people of color who stole opportunities from us. They had the opportunity to do the right thing and say, yeah, you know what? I'm not your token. I'd rather get here by my own merit. And they didn't do that. So yeah, they deserve some of the blame too. Because this whole fucking system is why so many things just are absolute shit these days. Between 2004 and 2013, over 40 Gen X white men received Academy Award nominations for screenwriting. In the following decade, more than 50 Gen X white men were nominated alongside just 6 white male millennials. Over Matt's 14 years in Hollywood, the changes have been staggering. In 2011, when he and I moved to California, white men were around 60% of TV writers. By 2025, according to the WGA's own diversity statistics, they accounted for just 11.9% of lower-level writers. women of color made up 34.6%. White men directed 69% of TV episodes in 2014 and just 34% by 2021. But that remaining third went overwhelmingly to established names, leaving little space for younger white men. Since 2021, 11 directors under 40 have been nominated for Emmys. None have been white men. I saw this graveyard of people not too dissimilar from me. Peter, the assistant to the Gen X showrunner, told me. Peter, who graduated from a top 5 college in the early 2010s, watched slightly older millennial men wait for the break that never came. Just like me, for real, for real. They were like, hey, I'm going to take this kind of shit job for 2 years. Oh, wait, I can do it for 3 more years. Suddenly they're married, having kids. They just didn't get the deal. It was never going to happen for them, ever. Yeah, never was. Because they're white men. And the entire system decided they were the enemy. And they were to be shut out. Peter eventually left for the tech world. It's a lot better to actually know you're about to get hit by a car than not know, he told me. The tragedy of our generation is just thinking the world is a certain way and all. Not a single episode of network television from 2014 remains Matt's only produced credit. When we last spoke, he was commuting to his menial day job, newly single with tens of thousands of dollars of credit card debt. He has recurring fantasies of changing his name and moving to Thailand to escape his creditors. Sweet one-bedroom, VP and access to American TV film content, he texted me. The dream. You know, that's relatable because I wouldn't mind having that myself. At least it's cheaper over there. And the women are attractive. For a decade, it kept going faster and faster. Without any actual quotas to achieve, only the constant exhortation to do better. The diversity complex became self-radicalizing, a strange confluence of top-down, bottom-up pressure. No one ever said what the right number of white men would be, but it was always fewer than he currently had. The real number is 0. The real number is 0. They don't want any white men at all. If they could get away with that, they would. And in many places they have. The boundaries shifted depending on the industry and the moment. A white woman might be favored in some contexts, disfavored in others. An Asian American man might face extra obstacles in tech or medicine, but if he wanted to be a screenwriter or an English professor, the system worked in his favor. But for younger white men, any professional success was fundamentally a problem for the institutions to solve. It's not a problem, it's their right. And solve it they did. Over the course of the 2010s, nearly every mechanism liberal America used to confer prestige was reweighted along identitarian lines. 7 white male Gen Xers won the MacArthur Genius Fellowship in 2013 alone, the same as the total number of white male millennials who've won since. In 2014, 2 white male millennials were National Book Award finalists, including 1 winner. That year, 9 white male American artists under 40 appeared at the Whitney Biennial. But of the 70 millennial writers nominated for National Book Awards in the decade that followed, just 3 were white men. The Big 4 galleries represent 47 millennial artists. Just 3 are white men. At the 2024 Whitney Biennial, which featured 45 millennial artists, 0 were white American men. And is it any wonder why books are shit these days? Why most modern art is absolute shit? The white men shut out of the culture industries did not surge into high-status fields. They did not suddenly flood advertising, law, and medicine, which are all less white and significantly less male than they were a decade ago. White men dropped from 31.2% of law school matriculants in 2016 to 25.7% in 2024. The shift in medicine has been even more dramatic. In 2014, white men were 31% of American medical students. By 2025, they were just 20.5%, a 10 percentage point drop in barely over a decade. At every step, there's some form of selection, a millennial oncologist told me. Medical school admissions, residency programs, chief resident positions, fellowships, each stage tilts away from white men or white adjacent men. The white guy is now the token. Nor was tech much of a refuge. I mean, I can't even remember the last time I was treated by a white doctor. White nurses and nurse practitioners? A few. But I cannot remember the last time I was treated by a white doctor. Nor was tech much of a refuge. At Google, white men went from nearly half the workforce in 2014 to less than a third by 2024, a 34% decline. Is it any wonder then why so much at Google is shit? In 2014, at Amazon, entry-level professionals, college graduates just starting out, were 42.3% white male. These were the employees who, if they advanced normally over the next decade, would be the mid-level managers of today. But mid-level Amazon managers fell from 55.8% white male in 2014 to just 33.8% in 2024, a decline of nearly 40%. They were all just phased out. They were all slowly fired, or gotten rid of, or made so uncomfortable that they left. And is it any wonder how Amazon is shit? You can see the correlation, chat. Less white people in positions of influence and power and authority in all of these sectors of civilization and the economy. And note the decline, especially over the past 10, 15, 20 years. It's all shit. The pipeline was never 50-50, a former management consultant explained. Elite business schools remained around 60% male and predominantly white throughout the 2010s, but we were hiring as if it were 50-50 anyway. For a lot of guys in their mid-30s around 2017-2018, it was quite a dramatic shift, one tech-adjacent journalist told me. They're all like, whoa, suddenly every door is closed, and I'm just not going to move ahead at this company at all. Because it's been lightly and sometimes not so lightly communicated to me that there's just no way the job I want is going to be given to a white guy. A whole generation found their path was blocked. Is it any wonder, then, why whole generations now of young people have gone far right? The refugees that young white men did find, crypto, podcasting, Substack, were refuges precisely because institutional barriers to entry did not exist. A friend who is now an executive at a major crypto company scraped by as a freelance film editor for years. He applied to Netflix 5 times. Eventually, he was told explicitly they didn't need more white guys. He did not go into crypto because it was high status. Hollywood, the high status industry, would not have him. They have to go where they can succeed. They had to go where they were treated best. And at least in crypto, they do not hate them for being white males. Unlike Hollywood and most everything else. The DEI departments have mostly shut down or quietly rebranded. I don't even think they mostly shut down. Officially, maybe, but they're still there. Or they've rebranded. The mountains of reports and glossy PDFs have been quietly scrubbed, as if to hide the evidence. What was the justification for gutting the American meritocracy? No one seems to know. Hatred of white males. That was the justification. It's tempting to wave it all away as secular decline. It wasn't. White men abandoning fields that were losing status or economic value. But the timing doesn't line up. The sharpest declines in opportunity for younger white men did not happen during the rolling crises of the past few years. They were baked in during the mid-2010s when new media was expanding coverage. Universities were growing. and Hollywood was at peak TV. Which raises some uncomfortable questions. Is the media more trusted now than a decade ago? No. If anything, less so. Is Hollywood making better films and television? Fuck no. It's shit. Is academia more respected? Hell no. It's shit. Have these institutions become stronger since they systematically excluded an entire cohort? Or did abandoning meritocracy accelerate the decline? Yes. They abandoned meritocracy and thus accelerated their decline. The fact that other groups in other eras have faced worse discrimination, and in the grand scheme of things, the disenfranchisement of white male millennials was relatively mild, is not itself an argument. Don't try to minimize this. The disenfranchisement of white male millennials is not relatively mild, it is systemic. It is institutional. And only ripping them out along with these power structures, root and stem, is going to fix it. Especially when the entire liberal establishment insists that nothing actually happened. That's gaslighting. That the mild correction was in fact no correction at all. Again, gaslighting. And that any white man harmed in the process was in fact mediocre. Lies. Gaslighting. Because what they're really saying is, we weren't supposed to notice. Well, tough shit. We did. We've been noticing for a while. Look at how they massacred my boy! Over the past 2 years, I've spoken with dozens of white male millennials, excavating hopes and dreams, disappointments and resentments. To a man, they have insisted on anonymity. There were frenzied pre-publication negotiations over what personal details I could include, back and forth over words and phrases, requests to change pseudonyms to sound even less like real names. Standing behind it was a fear that they would end up being that guy. Even the successful white men I spoke to understood that something had fundamentally changed. They expressed gratitude and relief, a recognition that success was contingent, easily disrupted by circumstances beyond their control. There was so much fragility to things going well in the first place, one tenured professor told me, that it's natural to think a slight perturbation would have meant things went worse. Most of the men I interviewed started out as liberals. Some still are. But to feel the weight of society's disfavor can be disorienting. We millennials were true believers in race and gender-blind meritocracy, which for all of its faults, its naivete about human nature, its optimism in the American dream, was far superior to what replaced it. We were true believers. Only thing is, nobody else bought into it. Everyone else said, "Fuck you. You're white males, we're going to destroy you. And you're a racist if you don't let us destroy you." To see that vision so spectacularly betrayed has engendered a skepticism toward the entire liberal project that won't soon disappear. No, it won't soon disappear. If anything, it's going to grow. To the point where future generations will reject liberalism entirely. What troubles me is that a lot of thriving white millennial men have had to follow the Josh Hawley path, where you have to leave liberal America. An old friend, the father of 2 biracial children, told me. I don't want to do that. Liberal America is my home, but if everyone says this is not the place for you, what are you supposed to do? Leave. Go where you're treated best. Because one way or another, you're either going to leave liberal America or you're going to be thrown out. Because liberal America has made it clear it is no country for white men. Back in that office in early 2016, after the executive had explained why he couldn't hire us, the meeting continued like any other. We talked about what we were working on. He told us about his company's upcoming slate, some Shanghai detective show, an adaptation of a novel about the early Dutch settlement in New Amsterdam. Like most Hollywood meetings, we concluded by promising to find a way to work together soon. And then, as we were leaving, The exec asked if we wanted to go down to the writer's room and say hello to the showrunner. The room was modest, as far as these things go. Big whiteboard, long table, people snacking in the back. The showrunner introduced us to the show's creator, and they immediately returned to the debate they'd been having before we arrived. Whether two people who take two different time machines from different points in the past into the same fixed moment in the future could then switch time machines upon their return. I mean, it's work for Doctor Who. Were there any hidden paradoxes involved? What were the implications? We gave our feeble input. The rest of the staff slouched silently in the back. 3 comfortable Hollywood lifers in their 40s and 50s. White guys with IMDb bios from an alternate universe. His writing career began on the CBS crime series Martial Law, after which he served as writer and producer on several series through the late 90s until the early 2000s, including Freaky Dinks, Roswell, John Doe, Boston Public, LAX, and Smallville. I used to watch a lot of these shows. In 2005, he joined the writing staff at the medical mystery series House, along with the 2 younger women who'd gotten the jobs we'd been up for. Eventually, the time machine conundrum unresolved, we said our goodbyes. There would be other screenplays, other projects, visits to studio lots, and major pitches. That was the last time either of us saw the inside of a writer's room. That was the moment we came closest to a career. Had the political environment been different, one job might have led to another, and today I might have colleagues, work friends, a whole range of professional and personal experiences, an entirely different life. At the time, I blamed those women. Of course I did. And rightly so, they took your jobs. They've since ascended to the TV ladder to work as co-executive producers on major shows. On some level, even today, I can't help but think, that could have been me. That should have been me. Yes, it could have been you. It should have been you. But because these bastards have such a hate boner for white men, they made it into a zero-sum game where women and minorities win, and we straight white guys lose. But those women didn't take our jobs any more than the 50-year-old Hollywood lifers had. Bullshit. The lifers were still there. They're still there. And I'm not angry at the women and people of color who made it instead of me. You should be. People have the right, in most cases, the responsibility to take the opportunities that were offered them. I mean, that's true, but still, you should be angry. You're not angry enough. You're not radicalized enough. Or even at the older white guys who ensured that I didn't. Mostly, I'm annoyed at myself. You've fallen for the trap. Society just wants you to blame yourself, and eventually game end yourself. Or cut your dick off, take hormones, and get a sex change operation and become a woman. Because instead of settling down, proposing to my then girlfriend, now wife, and earning a steady income that might support a family, I spent a decade insisting the world treat me fairly. When the world was loudly telling me it had no intention of doing so. I could see what was happening. I was being told point blank what was happening. And still I thought I'd be the exception. That if I wrote one more script, took one more meeting, I'd slip through. But very few people get to be the exception. It's strange and more than a little poisonous to see yourself buffeted by forces beyond your control. But there's also a comfort in it. Because it's less painful to scroll through other people's IMDb pages late at night, figuring out what shortcut, race, gender connections they took to success, and to grapple with the fact that there were white men my age who succeeded, and I'm not one of them. I could have worked harder, I could have networked better, I could have been better. The truth is, I'm not some extraordinary talent who was passed over. I'm an ordinary talent, and in ordinary times, that would have been enough. I think you're underselling yourself. I mean, you're good enough to write something like this for Compact Mag. There's a wounded pride here. How could there not be? I have 2 sons. I used to imagine long before they were born that I'd take them to film sets, bring them along to exotic locations, Instead, the father spends most of his working day in his bedroom, scrolling through spreadsheets and ticket listings. What do I say when my boys ask about my old hopes and dreams? What do I tell them when they ask about theirs? Tell them the truth. Tell them this world is racist and sexist against white men. And when they ask about theirs, you're going to have to tell them, don't depend on others to accomplish your hopes and dreams. Because if given an opportunity, they will shut them out for being white and male. That the entire world is stacked against straight white males. And only when we tear down, rip up these systems, root and stem, burn them to the ground, in revolutionary action, will things begin to change. Response from John Carter. Postcards from Barsoom. Responding to the article we just read. DEI, the dispossessed generation, and the digital Cordios. Young white men should be furious about what's been done to them, but begging for victim status will get them nowhere. Recently, an essay was published in Compact which many are hailing as Essay of the Year. Honestly, it deserves a Pulitzer. The title, The Lost Generation, emphasizes the destruction of the cultural revolution of the diversity, equity, and inclusion that swept through every single one of our institutions over the last decade has wrought upon an entire generation of young white men. Reading it was an intensely personal experience for me, and I'm absolutely certain for many others. A response to the essay has been an outpouring of suppressed rage that has been simmering for years in an emotional pressure cooker of silenced frustration. The author, Jacob Savage, provides a ground-level view of the DEI revolution's human cost, beginning with his personal experiences as an aspiring screenwriter, and then widening the reader's perspective via interviews with would-be journalists and academics. Every subject described a similar pattern of frustrated ambitions in which, starting around the middle of the 2010s, their careers stalled out for no other reason than their melanin deficiency and Y chromosome superfluity. Young white men were systematically excluded from every institutional avenue of prestige and prosperity. Doors were closed in academia, in journalism, in entertainment, in the performing arts, in publishing, in tech, in the civil service, in the corporate world. It didn't matter if you wanted to be a journalist, a novelist, a scientist, an engineer, a software developer, a musician, a comedian, a lawyer, a doctor, an investment banker, or an actor. In almost every direction, diversity is our strength, and the future is female. Every job posting particularly encourages applications from traditionally underrepresented equity-seeking groups including women, black and indigenous people of color, LGBTQ+, and the disabled, a litany of identities in which white men were always conspicuous by its absence. The Lost Generation does not rely only on the pathos of anecdote. Savage includes endless reams of data, demonstrating how white men virtually disappeared from Hollywood writing rooms, editorial staff, university admissions, tenure-track positions, new media journalism, legacy media, and internships. It shows how after the 2020s, they even stopped bothering to apply because what was the point? The comprehensive push to exclude young white men from employment was not limited to prestigious creative industries, of course. The corporate sector has also adopted a practice of hiring anyone but white men, as revealed 2 years ago by a Bloomberg article which gloated that well over 90% of new hires in America's largest corporations weren't white. The Bloomberg article was criticized for methodological flaws, but judging by the outpouring of stories it elicited, it was certainly directionally accurate. The real strength of Savage's article isn't the cold statistics, though, but the heart-rending poignancy with which it highlights the emotional wreckage left in the wake of this cultural revolution. Hiring processes are opaque. If an employer doesn't extend an offer, they rarely explain why. At best, one receives a formulaic "thank you for your interest in the position, but we've decided to move forward with another applicant. We wish you the best of luck in your endeavors, blah blah blah." They certainly never come out and say, "You did not get hired because you're a white man," which is generally technically illegal, for whatever that is worth in an atmosphere in which the unspoken de facto trumps the written de jure. Candidates are not privy to the internal deliberations of hiring committees, which will always publicly claim they hired the best candidate. But of course they will. Officially, a facade of meritocracy was maintained, even as meritocracy was systematically dismantled from within. The power suit-clad feminists who body-checked their padded shoulders into C-suites and academic departments in the 1970s flattered themselves that they were subduing sexist male chauvinism by outdoing the boys at their own game and forcing the patriarchy to acknowledge their natural female excellence. Natural female excellence at what? Growing up, I would often hear professional women say things like, "As a woman, to get half as fat as a man, you have to be twice as good and work twice as hard." Bullshit. The implication of this was that women were just overall better than men because the old boys club held the fetish sex to a higher standard than it did the good old boys. Of course, this was almost never true. These women were overwhelmingly the beneficiaries of affirmative action programs, motivated by anti-discrimination legislation that opened up any corporation that did not put a sufficient number of females on the payroll to ruinous lawsuits. Moreover, a fair fraction of them were really being recruited as decorative additions to the secretarial harems of upper management. Nevertheless, it helped lay the foundation for the future's female boosterism that stole the future from a generation of young men, and make no mistake, they did steal the future from us. Sorry, chat, I had to blow my nose. There was a time not so long ago where I naively assumed my own situation was simply the inverse of the one women had faced in the 70s and 80s. I was aware that I was being rather openly discriminated against, but imagined this simply meant I had to perform to a higher standard, that if I was good enough, the excellence of my work would shatter the institutional barriers and force someone to employ me. Just like me, for real, for real. It took me several long and agonizing years to realize this just was not true. The crotchety patriarchs of the declining West may have been principled men, capable of putting stereotypes aside to recognize merit. In fact, the historical evidence suggests they overwhelmingly prize merit above any other consideration, just as the evidence suggests that their stereotypes were overwhelmingly correct. I mean, there's a reason stereotypes exist, after all. The priestesses of the present gynocracy hold themselves to no such standard. They don't care about your promise or your performance at all. If anything, performing well is a strike against you, because it threatens them. Nothing makes them seethe more than being outperformed by men. They champion mediocrity as much to punish as to promote. They seethe that they will never be men. That they can't be men. And this just makes them angrier. Young white men had been raised to expect meritocracy. They'd also been raised to be racial and sexual egalitarians. In hindsight, that was a mistake. People in the past, they believed, had been bigoted, believing superstitious stereotypes about differences of ability and temperament between the sexes and races that had no foundation in reality. Except they did have foundation in reality. Pernicious falsehoods that were developed and propagated as intersectional systems of oppression with the purpose of justifying slavery, colonialism, imperialism, and genocide. Naturally, they were appalled to have such charges laid at their feet, and so they agreed that we were all going to try and correct this injustice. and we'd do it by carefully eliminating every potential source of racial or sexual bias, eliminating all the unfair barriers to advancement within society, in particular, although certainly not exclusively via university admissions and institutional hiring. That was the original official line on DEI. That it wasn't about excluding white men, heaven forbid, no. It was simply about including everyone else. Widening the talent pool so we could have the fairest possible system of advancement, and that the best possible candidates were given access to opportunity. In practice, we were told this wouldn't be a quota system, everything would still be meritocratic. But if it came down to a coin flip between two equally qualified candidates, one of whom was a white man and the other of whom was not, the not would win. Fair enough, the young white men thought at first, we'll all compete on a level playing field. In fact, we'll even accept a bit of handicap. In the interest of correcting historical injustice, may the best human win. That was a mistake. Sure to go, welcome in. How are you doing? But the DEI commissars had absolutely no interest in a level playing field. That the playing field wasn't already as level as it could be was, in fact, one of their most infamous lies. I'm tired, my lord. So am I. So am I, sure. So am I. The arena has always been level. Physics plays no favorites in the internal struggle for survival and mastery. If some always end up on top, certain individuals, certain families, certain nations, certain races, this is invariably due to their own innate advantages over their competitors. An interesting example of this was provided by the Russian Revolution. This is interesting, chat. Listen to this. The Bolsheviks cast down the old Tsarist aristocracy, stripping them of land, wealth, and status, and then discriminated against them in every way possible. A century later, their descendants had clawed their way back to power and prominence. The only possible conclusion from this is that the Russian aristocrats were, at least to some degree, aristos, at the best, the noblest. In some sense, that went beyond inherited estates. The young white men did not think of themselves as aristocrats with a blood right to a certain position in life, but as contestants in a fair competition, who would rise and fall on their own merits and by their own efforts. Maybe that was a mistake. Maybe we should start thinking of ourselves, at least in some small way, as aristocrats, with some sort of blood right to a certain position in life. I mean, Lord knows so many other races and peoples do it. So why can't we? And the answer is we can, and we should. They then abruptly found themselves competing in a system in which it was simply impossible for them to rise, but which also lied to them about the impossible barrier that had been placed in their way. If you noticed the unfairness, you were told this was ridiculous, that as a white man you were automatically and massively privileged, and that it was impossible to discriminate against you because of this, and that in addition to being a bigoted racist, you were also quite clearly mediocre, a bitter little man, filled with envy for the winners in life, the brilliant, beautiful black women who had obviously outcompeted you because they were just so much smarter, so much more dedicated, and so much better because, after all, they had succeeded in spite of the deck being stacked against them, whereas you had failed despite having been born with every unearned advantage in the world. You see how they lie to you, Chad. You see how they gaslight you. An entire generation had their future ripped from their hands, and were then told that it was their fault, their inadequacy. They were gaslit that there was no systemic discrimination against them, and their failure to launch was purely due to their individual failings, while at the same time being told that those who were so clearly the beneficiaries of a heavy thumb on the scale were the victims of discrimination, that the oppressors were the oppressed, but to cry oppression yourself was therefore a form of oppression. Cultures are not created equal. They are not created equal. Some cultures are indeed objectively better than others. You see how cruel that is? How sadistic? It's more psychologically vicious by far than anything the Bolsheviks did to the Russian aristocracy. At least the Bolsheviks were honest, though. Although it must be said, the psychological sadism of the gay race commissars is part of a tradition. Communists have often been noted for their demonic cruelty. You don't hate communists enough, chat. And ultimately, all communists need to be dropped from helicopters. Cyber King, thank you for redeeming Not First. Also, hello. I miss any redeems? No. By and large, as a group, the young white men internalized this implication that they were to blame for their own failures. After all, they'd been raised to be good liberals, good egalitarians, good anti-racists, good feminists. To even hint that you thought you were being treated unfairly as a white male was to cast one's lot in with one of the bad people. The hate-filled, reactionary KKK, alt-right MAGA Nazis. Any one individual cannot possess enough hate in their entire soul for commies. True and real. True and real. The only acceptable way in which to pronounce the words white and male was to expectorate. You must wrinkle your nose in disgust when you say those cursed, filthy words. Complaining made you a bad person. Not only that, it made you look weak. It felt like whining, like sour grapes, like poor sportsmanship. No one likes a sore loser, you know. The world doesn't owe you anything. Stop being so privileged, so entitled. You didn't build that, you know. It's their turn now. Best to take your setbacks with a shrug and stoic grin. Try harder next time. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Get good. Skill issue, my dude. And they did. They tried harder next time. And then when that didn't work, they redoubled their efforts, then doubled down again. But nothing could break through a wall that was supremely indifferent to any demonstration of ability or accomplishment. Every once in a while, they'd compare notes with the young white men and mutter to one another that they were having the same experiences. And sometimes, rarely, they might have a friend on the inside who'd whisper to them in confidence that the hiring committee had already decided they had to hire a woman or a person of color or whatever, and not to take it too hard when they didn't get an offer. And as this torture went on for a decade, one by one, in their millions, they cracked. Many simply succumbed to despair. Alcoholism, opiate abuse, video games, porn, the black dog of depression ate their hearts. They abandoned their ambitions and retreated from a world that had no place for them. Hundreds of thousands were lost to suicide. White men have had the highest suicide rate by far for the entirety of the 21st century. They're around 1/3 of the US population, but account for over 2/3 of anheroes. I had Groknut run the numbers. Based on CDC data, the AI estimates around 400,000 excess white male deaths via suicide amongst white men since 2010, as compared to what would be expected from the average across other groups. Others redirected their efforts. They abandoned any attempt to join the institutions, whether that meant getting hired at a university, or getting a big break with a cover story in the Atlantic, or getting into medical school, or even just getting into their safe school, and instead they tried to make a go of it on their own. Some got into cryptocurrency trading. Others found their way into the startup ecosystem, or tried to turn side hustles into businesses. The Exit Group set up by Bennett Philactery was established specifically as a mutual aid network to facilitate such activities. Others became indie authors, self-publishing science fiction novels on Amazon. Others became podcasters, live streamers, TikTokers, influencers, Substackers. Some even became VTubers. Most got by on gig jobs. The unifying theme is that they gravitated towards livelihoods that weren't gate-capped. Even the internet wasn't a perfect refuge. YouTubers might be dominated by white men, but the YouTube platform is a corporate entity every bit as captured by bio-Maoists as anything else. And so content creators had to be careful about what they said. Become too popular, and you might lose your channel. Oh, so it's not just me. Cool. Yes. It's not just you. You are not alone. Many, though far from all, broke through their conditioning and discarded the liberalism and equalism that had been used to chain them. Good. Jacob Savage himself is not one of those who broke his conditioning. Unfortunate. At the conclusion of his otherwise excellent article, he fumbles the ball in the most regrettable fashion by declining to assign blame to the intersectional coalition of women and racial minorities who agitated relentlessly for DEI, and instead elects to blame, of all people, himself, which he should not be doing. I need a hug emote so I can send hugs. Well, you can always use the Rex heart emoji. Sort of the same thing. He decides he would have been better off, happier, at any rate more content, had he more quickly resigned himself to the fate that the commissars had assigned him. Rather than pursuing his ambitions, he should have abandoned them at the first sign of resistance and embraced, presumably, one of the few remaining avenues left open to young white men. Learned a trade, perhaps, spent the rest of his days unclogging the toilets of those worthies the revolutionaries had decided should be his betters. In the end, despite everything he experienced, despite everything he saw, Savage was not able to abandon his liberalism. He could not fully embrace the righteous anger to which he is entitled. The programming just runs too deep. I shall, my lord. All right. This may well have been necessary to bring this message to a predominantly liberal audience, but it's still emotionally wrong. Savage should be furious. We should all be furious. What has been done to us is a crime of the most monumental proportions, not only against young white men, but against our entire civilization. Here's a fantastic breakdown of the consequences of DEI, which I reproduce in full, as it covers the toxic fallout from the Cultural Revolution thoroughly and succinctly. From X. Vittorio. The thing about calling DEI economic genocide is that it undersells it. Yes, young white men were systematically excluded from careers during their peak marriage years, but that's just first-order effects. Second order, marriage market collapse. Women data cross and up. Men without careers become invisible to the women who should have married them and disappear. The eligible bachelor pool shrinks. Third order, fertility crisis. Fewer marriages, fewer children. But it's worse than just men not marrying or having families. The women who won the DEI lottery got careers instead of families, delayed fertility until it was too late. DEI attacked family formation from both sides, excluded men from provider roles, and diverted women from their fertility window. Everyone lost. Fourth order, psychological. Young men could not even name what was happening to them. The same institutions that excluded them told them they were privileged, that complaining was proof of weakness. So they internalized failure as personal inadequacy rather than systemic rigging, retreated into depression, video games, porn. The symptoms were then pathologized as male failure. The system broke them on purpose and blamed them for being broken. That's just psychological warfare at that point. That's a war crime. Fifth order. Institutional trust gone. Once you know positions are filled by demographics rather than competence, every credential becomes suspect, if not a priori worthless. Is your doctor qualified? Or a diversity hire? Your pilot? Your engineer? You can't prove any individual is incompetent, but you can't trust any individual is competent either. Medicine skepticism, academic failure, media skepticism, none of this emerged organically. It was manufactured by the DEI hire. You can't be sure is qualified to treat you. Sixth order. Reality became unspeakable. Noticing any of this was a fireable offense. Pointing out the obvious got you called a bigot, deplatformed, or fired. Pure totalitarian censorship, and the problem could not even be acknowledged until now, finally. Men knew they were being cheated but could not say it. Women sensed something was wrong with the men, but they could not identify it. Relationships poisoned by a dynamic neither party can name. Seventh order, the feedback loop. Fewer eligible men means more women competing for the shrinking pool, more women losing the marriage market, more resentment, more men are trash, more support for DEI, fewer eligible men, and the system accelerates itself. And the worst part is, DEI was just the economic arm. The same people and institutions push the complete package. Toxic masculinity to pathologize male identity, The future is female as explicit zero-sum framing delusion. Believe all women to weaponize trust against men. Men are trash to normalize open contempt. A coordinated ideological assault on family formation. And it even had a business model. HR departments exploded, millions of jobs invented to administer the regime. DEI consultants became a multi-billion-dollar industry. It's all a scam. Politicians got voting blocks dependent on racial grievance. Established boomers kept their positions while their competition was eliminated. The architects knew what they were doing. You don't accidentally build a system that specifically targets men during peak marriage years, tells them they deserve it, makes it unspeakable to complain, attacks their identity as toxic, promotes women into career tracks that burn their fertility, and then acts confused when society collapses. If you wanted to suppress the fertility of a specific demographic, engineer the breakdown of trust between the sexes and make it illegal to notice, the playbook would look exactly like this. DEI should be held responsible for the fertility crisis, the marriage collapse, the epidemic of male depression and suicide, the destruction of institutional trust, the atomization of society, and the manufactured war between men and women. But DEI was the weapon. The people who designed it, funded it, made it mandatory, enforced it through HR, fired anyone who resisted, called all opposition hate and racism, built careers and industries on its maintenance. They knew, and they are the ones who should be remembered as the architects of one of the worst crimes against humanity. That tweet has over 25 million views, by the way, last time I checked. Jeremy Kyle, author of last year's book The Unprotected Class, How Anti-White Racism is Tearing America Apart, also took Savage to task over his ideological squeamishness. While praising Savage for drawing attention to the systematic discrimination that young white men have faced, Kyle has little sympathy for the temperamentally liberal laptop class professionals upon whom Savage focuses. If you were a working-class white man, all of this started decades ago. Offshoring and illegal immigration eating into their livelihoods, black migration into urban centers forcing white flight to the suburbs in which their once tight-knit communities ceased to exist. Employment in the civil service turned into a racial reparations program. Avenues for upward social mobility closed off to their sons as an increasing fraction of university admissions and scholarships were reserved for women and minorities. By and large, the liberal creatives and professionals whom Savage profiles celebrated this. Learn to code, as they used to say. It is Savage's reluctance to allow himself to get angry at the women and racial minorities who stole his future that most disappoints Kyle. As he puts it at the end of his response, if the trumpet gives an uncertain sound, who shall prepare himself to the battle? He's far from the only person to feel this way. Similar responses were all over Twitter. We've got several of those. We'll take a look at them shortly. The one direction aside from at himself that Savage is willing to point the finger of Jacques is at the baby boomers, specifically the old white men who have held on to their positions throughout the cancelled years by becoming institutional champions of diversity. Savage demonstrates how in industry after industry, the top positions were retained by these older white males who patted themselves on the back for being good allies by blocking young white men from access to the entry-level positions they are reserved exclusively for women and racial minorities. This was a particularly poisonous tactic, as it enabled the diversicrats to continue screeching about underrepresentation even as all new hiring was diverted away from young white men. There's a lot of truth to this, but it's only a half-truth. Older men already in their positions held on for dear life, to be sure. They also knew that to speak out against DEI was career suicide. They'd be forced out immediately if they were anything less than enthusiastic. Plenty of examples were made in the years leading up to the Great Awakening. Larry Summers being forced to step down as president of Harvard for suggesting that the underrepresentation of women in physics was consistent with the greater male variability hypothesis. James Watson, the co-discoverer of DNA, being forced out as director of the Cold Spring Harbor Laboratory for publicly suggesting that there might be something to the racial differences in IQ, Matt Taylor, lead scientist of the Rosetta mission to the Comet 67P Churyumov-Gerasimenko, being driven to tears by an internet mob because he wore a loud shirt featuring prints of hot women at the press conference celebrating the first unmanned landing on a comet. There was no degree of status or power that could protect you. That is not to excuse their cowardly complicity, of course, merely to put it in context. The old white men were not driving the Cultural Revolution. By and large, they were being held hostage by it. At the same time, older white men were also amongst the silent victims of this regime. The overwhelming majority of old white men were not in any particular position of authority, and those who found themselves between jobs in the 2020s found work particularly hard to come by. If you're an engineer in your 50s or 60s, good luck getting past HR. If you have a position, good luck getting promoted, or for that matter, keeping it. By the way, we just hired Sunpreet and his 50 cousins for 10 rupees a day. They'll be replacing you in a month, and if you want to get your severance package, we'll ask that you train them to do your job and sign this non-disclosure agreement. Singling out old white men as villains is timid misdirection. It simply echoes the hue and cry against beardy old white guys that was raised by the very people who initiated the Cultural Revolution of the 2010s in the first place. Old white men were a safe target, and mostly the wrong one. It's hard what I am now, too. I can only imagine. The pusillanimous traitors of the baby boom generation have their share of the blame, to be sure. So do the young women and racial minorities who agitated for DEI. Nor should we forget the politicians and judges who established the legal framework for affirmative action, equal employment, anti-discrimination, disparate impact, and all the rest, which is an element that the savage largely neglects and which predates wokeness by a couple of generations. It was the so-called greatest generation of World War II who laid that foundation. Let us not also neglect the financiers who quietly implemented environmental, social, and governance, or ESG, which attempted to starve corporations of investment capital if they did not implement diversity hiring. BlackRock's Larry Fink, in particular, has a lot to answer for. Yes, he does. In fact, I believe he deserves the death penalty for all of this. ESG investing often impacted the startup ecosystem. Venture capital was preferentially diverted towards women and minority founders. Quite a few of those projects turned out to be scams. Remember Theranos, anyone? And how about those Alzheimer's drugs from one Vivek Ramaswamy? A lot of places around me have kept saying it's weird right now when it comes to hiring, and they can't explain to me what that means. It means no white men allowed. That's what it means. There's a whole lot of blame to go around. DEI infected and ruined every single institution. Indeed, this in itself is a large source of the fury that burns in the hearts of those young white men. It isn't just a matter of personal despair, of looking out across the societal landscape and realizing there's a wasteland offering you no avenue for personal advancement. It is also outrage at what has been done to the institutions themselves. The young white men were brought up to love and respect the institutions. That was a mistake. They wanted to find their places within them, to be sure, but they also wanted to do their part to build, maintain, and improve them. To have the gate repeatedly slammed shut in your face is insult enough. To then see the glorious edifice that your forebears spent several centuries erecting and perfecting crumble under the weight of the incompetence of those admitted in your place adds unbearable injury to insult. Institutional trust has collapsed, in large part entirely because of DEI. It has turned everything to shit. Scholarship is shit. Movies are shit. Television shows are shit. Journalism is shit. Music is shit. Software is shit. Hospitals are shit. Industrial engineering is shit. Everywhere one looks, everything is in a state of disintegration. In some cases, literally. Bridges falling down, airplanes plummeting out of the sky. DEI has led to a competence crisis, and as a result, our complex systems are collapsing. And the young white men who understand better than anyone why this is happening and are the single group best suited to reversing it, indeed the only group who can reverse it, are forcibly held on the sidelines, watching helplessly as their civilization falls apart. The flower of Western youth withers on the vine, where the fruits of Western civilization rot unharvested on the branch, food for locusts and crows, as termites chew through the heartwood of the dying tree. The enshittification of everything cannot be emphasized enough. It is the single most damning, delegitimizing aspect of the DEI cacostocracy. The people controlling the institutions are pretenders, raised above their stations, working far beyond their natural abilities. They are midwits, proclaiming themselves geniuses, mediocrities, putting on the affectation of excellence, peasants larping as nobility. They are liars in every way, not only in that they lie about COVID or crime statistics or the effects of immigration or the motivations behind their foreign policy or the rate of inflation or whatever else, although of course they lie about that all the time. Their most fundamental lie is that they present themselves as something they are not, as being worthy of the offices they hold. That they are unworthy is demonstrated by the consequences of their rule, which have been disastrous. They have brought about a cultural dark age. Bro really cooked with that paragraph. The question is, what do we do about it? Assuming anything can be done, that is. Well, we certainly can't go on like this. This situation is politically explosive. Young men in general are the most potentially disruptive demographic in any society, which is why every healthy society has understood that you deny them opportunity at your very great peril. Savage's advice to meekly accept their lot is not going to cut it. The rage is too widespread. That rage is in part what pushed Trump into the White House, and for all the caterwauling about the orange dictator, the general feeling amongst the young white men is that Trump is a big softy, an out-of-touch boomer who doesn't have the steel to do what's necessary, but is tactically useful because he provides room to maneuver. It doesn't help when Trump meets with Indian CEOs to discuss bringing in even more H-1Bindians to deprive even more young white men of good jobs in the tech sector, particularly when the CEO in question was caught on camera straight up ordering his minions to not hire white men. Yeah, honestly, I think that's why you see so many people, especially in Europe, agitating for war, especially a war with Russia. They know they've got a problem with the young indigenous male populations. And they figure what better way to get rid of the problem than draft them all and send them off to die in a pointless war. I saw that building, I think it was in London, correct me if I'm wrong, that just collapsed under its own neglect like a week ago or something. I haven't seen that myself. Of course, I've only been paying attention to a few things in the news. Actually, sure, if you're part of the Castle Rexworth Discord, you can post something about that in the news and politics section. Let me post a link for everyone here. There's a growing sense among young white men that if everything is going to rot anyhow, they might as well just burn it down themselves. If nothing else, it would be immensely satisfying. It would. Savage wrote his article in the Plaintiff Register of a lament for a lost generation. He depicts young white men as powerless victims of a callous system that unfairly casts them aside, and thereby attempts to gain them the oppressed status that has been claimed by every other group. And he's not wrong, we are oppressed. As with his castigation of old white men, this is a half-truth, and one that leads to a blind alley besides. The cult of the sacred victim that lies at the heart of gay race communism has no place for white men. Structurally, it cannot. By its very nature, the cult requires an object upon which to focus its odium. If young white men were to be accepted as congregants, another group would need to be replaced on its blood-stained altar. Every single other group has already been embraced by the church. Therefore, one of those groups would have to be excommunicated, and none of the groups would accept that. Maybe not, but it's still useful. It is still useful in radicalizing and organizing. it gives people a sort of North Star of, it's not your fault. The deck was stacked against you, and these are the fucking people who did it. Now go get them. Moreover, white men are the natural and indeed necessary focus of the death cult's detestation. The cult of the victim is a cult of weakness, helplessness, powerlessness. Its entire raison d'etre is to cast down the high and raise up the low. Hatred of the healthy, the beautiful, the strong, the brilliant is its very essence. The simple, unavoidable truth revealed by history is that for whatever reasons, white men stand so far apart and above the rest of the human species that comparison becomes a matter of embarrassment for all involved. White men are responsible for an overwhelming proportion of the world's greatest works of art, literature, music, and drama, for almost every single development in the exact sciences, for almost every single technological advancement, for practically every advance in philosophy, in exploration, in statecraft, and in war. Whites have generated more genres of fiction than most peoples have written books, more genres of music than most peoples have songs, more schools of philosophy than most peoples have philosophers, insofar as philosophy can even be said to exist outside the West, which is a debatable proposition. It is not accidental that white men were singled out by the victim cultists as the focus of their opprobrium. The victim cult's entire purpose is to take Western civilization away from the men who built it, destroy that civilization, and then wipe out the people who built it. The telos of the cult is global Zimbabwe. We are all Rhodesians now. So let us flip the script and abandon this abortive attempt at gaining status and sympathy via initiation into the victim cult. From Yakov Radomski. Me. Sure, it is tragic that young white men are losing their station in society. Them. Boo-hoo, poor men, lol. No, you don't understand. There's an entire generation of fighting-age men who are enraged and feel they have nothing to live for. You are in danger. But before we flip the page... Oh, that's all just an advert. Young white men were castigated as demons in human form. Presumptive racists and sexists, Nazis by blood. Then they were locked out of education and careers, excluded from society itself. By necessity, they retreated to the one environment in which they could still have some measure of freedom, the virtual wilds of the internet. Here they found only one another for company. They formed loose associations in group chats and Discord servers. They started comparing notes, their experiences with school, with employers, with the job market, with women, what worked and what didn't. They began to explore ideological territories that had been labeled off-limits, old reactionary tracts and forgotten fascist memoirs and classical histories upon which their society had inscribed, "Here be dragons." Some began to watch little guerrilla raids on the conceptual infrastructure of society, attacking media narratives with blizzards of mimetic brain rot, assaulting load-bearing societal myths with carefully reasoned evidentiary argument and mocking rhetoric honed to a razor's edge. There's a remarkable analogy here with the ancient Indo-European tradition of the Koryos, the wolf pack war band of wild young men. The Koryos was a coming-of-age ritual which began with the ceremonial sacrifice of a dog, during which the boys took on the symbolic identities of wolves. The wolf boys were then ritually cast out, banished to the woods, where they would live as wolves, which is to say as inhuman monsters only loyal to their pack, in a state of war with all human society. For some months, they would be expected to live by hunting and raiding, after which they would be welcomed back as men. That this is the origin of the werewolf mythology should be obvious. Pretty badass looking art there. Posted in stream suggestions. It was in Bradford. I was wrong. Ah! Let's have a look here. Stream suggestions. Ah, yes. Let's see. Meanwhile, in Bradford, UK, building collapses caught on camera. Bradford in England is the epicenter. Holy shit. Ground zero for Muslims in Sharia in the UK. Now it's all falling apart. Love me some old school hazing rituals. They serve their purpose. Sometimes. Good God, buildings are not supposed to be doing that. Back it up and turn on the browser audio so we can hear this. The audio itself is... Oh, just watch and listen. It's like one linchpin or one keystone fell out and then the whole bloody thing came tumbling down. Fucking hell, indeed. It is a microcosm for the absolute state of Britain. In treating young white men as they did, by demonizing them and casting them out, liberals inadvertently created psychological conditions remarkably similar to those facilitating the organic emergence of a Koryos. While this Koryos is so far entirely virtual, existing within the hyper-real realm of semiotics and discourse, it is also quite possibly the largest Koryos that has ever been created, a barbarian horde of the fiber optic steppe whose raw numbers would oppress Attila the Hun. Attila might have raised an eyebrow at the scale of this virtual Koryos, but his lip would certainly have curled in contempt at the nature of his activities. Physically, it consists of sedentary men locked in their basements, playing social games with words and symbols. This sublimation has happened before when frontiers are closed, society becomes domesticated and bound by laws and convention, and opportunities for conquest disappear. The wild spirit of the war band of young men turns inwards, spiritualizing itself in philosophical schools and monasteries, with the object of conquest becoming not mastery of space, but mastery of instinct, or of the abstract landscapes of logic. In his book Selective Breeding and the Birth of Philosophy, Costin Eladimir suggests that Plato's Academy was modeled out somewhat explicitly on the Koryos, as an attempt to preserve the aristocratic spirit of the steppe within a society that had become too urban and democratic, an insight he probably gleaned from Nietzsche, who perceived the same sublimation of instinct in the monastic life of Buddhist monasteries. In our modern case, the virtual Koryos is also a great sexual inversion occasioned by the invasion of women into traditionally masculine institutions, public life, political life, the outward-facing life of action, the pursuit of status within formal hierarchies of competence. These have always been the domain of men. Private life, domestic life, the inward-facing life that maintains and polices social mores, the navigation of ambiguity within the informal networks of psychological and emotional influence that weave society together between the edges and nodes of formal hierarchies, these have always been the domain of women. Action Bastard, hello, how are you? Driven out to the formal institutional hierarchies dominated by women, men have had no choice but to take ownership of those informal social spaces that women have necessarily abandoned. The result has been the injection of the wild, boisterous energy of young men into precisely those domains of the social order that require quietness, tranquility, and softness, even as the application of the feminine instinct has degraded the institutions into kindergartens that cannot fulfill their necessary functions. How many white-collar jobs do we know that just seem like adult daycare as a result? I'd be tired, how you be? I'd be alright-ish. Formal hierarchies that rely on calm argument and the rumbled timbre of commanding authority speak instead in the shrill tones of moral hysteria and relentless nagging, eliciting not respect and obedience but raised hackles and resentment. Informal networks that communicate best through whispered pillow talk and gently insinuated suggestions take on instead the harsh imperative bark of the battlefield and the howl of the hunt. This results in chaos. The prestige and competence of the institutions collapses, while the destructive creativity of youthful male energy rages unchecked through the structures of assumptions and axioms that harmonize the society. Good Lord, how much more of this is there? We're almost done. Okay, now. Goes on like a bloody novel. Right. This is indeed a long article. Time to lock in. My guy wrote a book, but a book that needed writing. It really did, and it's good stuff. It's just, it is fucking long, man. Millions of young men all over the Western world are being networked together into a distributed discursive community that feels itself to be engaged in a permanent state of spiritual warfare with the surrounding society. Their community started as predominantly masculine out of necessity, but over time, this has gelled into a more self-conscious maintenance of exclusively masculine spaces. Their shared experiences are being hunted via doxing campaigns and social media account bans, of coordinating raids on comment sections and Twitter replies via group chats, organized in the hidden corners of the internet, of honing their rhetorical skills via ruthless discursive duels with their brothers as they fought over points of fact and doctrine, of fashioning the symbolic content of their virtual world into mimetic spear points with which to pierce people directly into their brain stems, of hiding the power levels within the IRL company of normies. All of these shared experiences have molded them into a cohesive cultural force which may have started as something purely oppositional to the pedant society that cast them out, but increasingly lives by and for itself. They have fashioned a mythology out of archetypal grammar of memes with which they tell the sagas of their influencer heroes. They have cobbled together a religion from esoteric ideologies with Hyperborea edits as their devotional hymns. The mainstream culture they once lamented their exclusion from has long since become a thing of disdain and contempt, which they refer to with derision as the Longhouse. Yet again we see the historical form being recapitulated in a sublimated fashion, the primordial tyranny of the den mother and the village elder who conspire to break the spirit of young men, to domesticate them into draft animals for the service of the village, which is really to say, for the service of the den mother and the village elder. The Longhouse is given modern expression in the safe space ruled by the nice ladies of the Human Resources Department, with the constant surveillance of every word and deed via the digital panopticon, forming the modern analogue to the physical Longhouse's communal lack of privacy. When the Indo-Europeans encountered the Longhouse cultures, they found them repellent, even blasphemous, an offense against nature. Men rendered small and sickly by a diet of grains, ruled over by tyrannical women who polluted their minds with superstitions and sacrificed their babies to dark goddesses. Because it was right, and because they could, and because it was profitable, the Indo-Europeans put the Longhouses to the torch, cast down the idols of the old demon gods, slaughtered the men, and took the women for their concubines. Honestly, we just need to do the same again. We really do. This cataclysm is remembered in our deepest mythology, memorialized in our oldest heroes. Constellations related to this foundational myth of Western civilization occupy almost a fifth of the northern hemisphere's night sky. Cephas and Cassiopeia, king and queen of Ethiopia, who offer their daughter Andromeda to the sea monster Cetus as a sacrifice to appease Poseidon, whom Cassiopeia had angered by boasting that Andromeda was more beautiful than the sea gods Nereides, only for the hapless princess to be saved by Perseus, who, flying home on Pegasus after slaying Medusa, turns the beast to stone by showing it Medusa's head. Paulos draws out the meaning of the Perseus myth and its connections to the modern situation in his evergreen essay Heroes Rise, Monsters Fall, where he describes the clear analogues between the theological control systems of the old agrarian city-states and the contemporary gynocratic order. These massive systems of polygamy, rather than having a masculine character, are in fact organized around feminizing principles of control and surveillance, but they are impossible to sustain without systemic suppression of male impulses to challenge and reproduce. Furthermore, They can only be possible in sedentary societies with centralized control of food distribution. Only where ostracism is death and no exit is possible can the majority of the male population be kept in subjugation. Powerful men rule and enjoy, and the women, being under the protection of powerful men, with their free time and proximity to power, devote themselves to creation of religious structures of opinion and taboo, like how wives of wealthy men work at non-profits and NGOs, or a childless middle-class woman becomes a social worker. And all of them become just modern-day adult problem children, and the source of so many of societal ills. These religious systems create beliefs which reinforce the regime and structures dedicated to detecting and stamping out any spark of assertion of male rebellion. Men are inculcated into these systems and made to believe in their legitimacy. The greater their dispossession, the more powerful these systems of suggestion, and the greater their required reverence. Therefore, they are made to participate in their subjugation and are denied the possibility of accumulating wealth or creating a family. Some, as many as possible, are made eunuchs. The rest are enslaved through force and taboo. Perhaps this incel class is even pacified with pornography. Sound familiar? The numerous clay images of fertile females found in Neolithic settlements would then not be female goddesses, but ancient sea girls or clay girls, intended to substitute wives for unpartnered men. You see, the enemy has always been the same. In this way, the ruling class, extended to include almost all women, cements its power and protects itself from challengers. Does this seem familiar to you? It's almost like a pattern. I know, right? The Gorgon seems to have played a central role in the control theology of Neolithic culture. Depictions of the serpent-headed demon women referred to as Gorgoneon abound in the archaeological remains of the pre-Greek Mediterranean. The name Perseus means something like destroyer, possibly from the Greek verb persein, to waste, to ravage, which with the agentic suffix eos becomes sacker of cities. Since no one sacks cities alone, Palos therefore infers that, of course, Perseus was not some lone hero, but must have been the leader of a war band. The presence of such a group is clearly implied by the aspects of the myth, and though he does not use the term, this is functionally a Korios. It was therefore the Korios, the band of young men, which destroyed the Gorgonane state. The fearsome reputation of Gorgon culture is widely regarded, but the exact center of its power and means of approach are unknown, leading to an extended reconnaissance. Perseus and his men, therefore well prepared, infiltrate the city and to their astonishment find the Guardians sleeping. The negative state, trusting in the reputation of its magic, has left its gate unguarded. His decisive stroke, the cut that kills like a god, is the signal. Within an hour, the grim night work is done. The chief priestesses and eunuchs lie slaughtered in their temple, the sacred masks are secured, and the raiding party is already making their escape. In fact, what has been accomplished with Perseus's adamantine stroke is a great cutting away of the state power from the thicket of custom that cultivated but also immobilized it. The whole arc of the European Faustian spirit begins with this cut. Within Indo-European society, the Korios was an institutionalized ritual. Boys were deliberately inducted into it and then reabsorbed back into society. That is not what happened in our case. The virtual Korios was created unintentionally. It emerged organically from a mixture of necessity and instinct, a blood memory awakened via a kind of anemoia, nostalgia for a place we'd never been, or rather a condition we never experienced, but which would have been recognizable to our remotest ancestors. Sort of like that meme, the world you grew up in no longer exists. The usurpers within the institutions have no intention of ritually readmitting the young white men that they banished, of course, but the young men of the virtual Korios will not remain in the wilderness forever. The outpouring of fury that the lost generation precipitated suggests that the moment of the lost boys' return is growing near. One way or another, they will return, and if they will not be welcomed as prodigal sons, they will be welcomed as sackers of cities with fire and sword. From their perspective, there are no other options, and since it is their perspective, that is the active principle of history. There are no other options. Frankly, I welcome them as sackers of cities. I welcome their fire and sword. I hope they succeed. I hope they burn it all down. I hope they sack everything. Everything's shit anyway, so it'd be a damn sight better than what we have now. The wisest thing that the institutions could do would be to immediately repent and relent. Not only eliminate DEI, and do so in good faith, without just rebranding it with some other euphemism, although of course this is absolutely necessary, but to open themselves to the young men under conditions of absolute meritocracy with no more favoritism being shown to any, and to resign themselves to the biological reality that under such conditions it will be overwhelmingly talented white men who rise to the very top levels of performance and are therefore rewarded with the commanding heights of the social order. Of course, the pretenders would find this humiliating, but it is much better for them than the alternatives. At this point, however, it is no longer really clear if the young white men would even be interested in such acceptance. They're probably not. The Longhouse has become a nauseating sight. Joining is not so attractive anymore, and yet it remains a concentration of great wealth, which can easily be sacked, and the wealth can be taken. As Frank Marshall Davis once wrote, "Take it then from the clenched fist of the money drunk. Place it in the reaching hands of the little people." Hitting the reset button, more or less. More or less, yes. Okay, but what do we mean by burning down the institutions exactly? Clearly, and perhaps this is a disappointment to you, but we are speaking in metaphor here. I know many will sneer things like you people won't do anything as all talk, forgetting of course that in the virtual realm, talk is virtually the only thing that exists, that symbols become objects, that combat itself becomes an abstract thing. But also, equally obviously, it would be absurd to imagine angry mobs of young men literally throwing Molotov cocktails around on university campuses and corporate offices. Not that such a thing is impossible, of course. It's not impossible, and in fact, I welcome it, personally. Because that's where you get real meaningful change. Not through talk, but with action. Only that it would accomplish nothing. Don't be too sure. It would be a nihilistic spasm of performative violence, in the aftermath of which the perpetrators would be thrown in jail and the system would just carry on as before. Don't be too sure. The same consideration applies to more deliberate terrorist-type actions along the line of Breivik or Tenet. Spectacular as such gestures may be, they are ultimately just gestures, which do nothing to weaken the system per se, and invariably backfire by alienating the general population and providing the system an excuse to crack down on dissidents. They don't need an excuse, they're going to do that anyway. The systems we contend with are largely immaterial. Ideologies, laws, regulations, organizational hierarchies, flows of capital which are themselves evanescent numbers on digital ledgers. There's a physical infrastructure underlying it, yes, but this infrastructure is dispersed around the world and entirely robust against physical attack. Don't be too sure. The internet upon which their system relies, every bit as much as the outlaw culture of the virtual Koryos does, is quite literally designed to withstand nuclear war. It can't be destroyed through physical violence, and neither can any of the systems built on top of it. Don't be too sure. Since we contend with immaterial forces, we must consider immaterial strategies, not so much non-violence as violence by another means, that the Chinese might refer to as unrestricted warfare, or the weaponization of every point of contact, and what our own military theorists refer to as fifth-generation warfare, 5GW. The warfare of psychological operations, pranks, economics, legal action, and cultural subversion. If you haven't read the book Unrestricted Warfare, chat, I would get it. If you can't find it, I don't think it's in print anymore, but there are plenty of ebook versions out there through legal outlets, but also if you sail the high seas. I happen to have one of the few copies that when it was in print. That isn't to say that physical violence, violence in its most vulgar sense, plays no role at all, but rather that it becomes one implement in a large tool set, and one very rarely reached for. When it is used, it's almost always for its symbolic effect. In hyper-real warfare, everything is semiotic. Everything is intended for an audience. Beyond their immateriality, one of the challenges in addressing DEI is the sheer scale of the criminal enterprise. The rolls of the guilty number in the hundreds of thousands, if not the millions. They permeate the institutions. Putting them all on trial individually would be a Herculean task. Moreover, in most cases, their individual culpability is quite minor. Odious as their ideological commitments may be, they've probably not done much more than make a remark on a hiring committee to the effect of, "But are we sure we want to hire another white guy?" Some of them have done more than that, but very, very few of them are guilty of anything that rises to the level of illegality that you could throw them in jail for even a few months, let alone justify their mass slaughter. Are we sure that last bit is quite out of the question? Because it seems at this point that that's the only thing that's going to fix the bloody problem. Yet as a class, the damage they have done has been immense. As a class, they are responsible for destroying millions of lives. As a class, they have the blood of hundreds of thousands of suicides on their hands. As a class, they have stolen careers from millions, and through this, they have stolen hundreds of billions of dollars, all of which represents families that were never started, babies that were never born, inventions that were never brought to market, scientific breakthroughs that were never made, era-defining creative works that were never produced. The civilizational damage these termites have done to the arts, to scholarship, to the sciences, and to technology is almost impossible to overstate. To not hold them accountable would be a monstrous miscarriage of justice. And he's right. They need to be held accountable. By hook or by crook. Get them out. That's the moderate solution. This is really a special case of a more general tactic that the managerial class has spent the last century perfecting. Every question is handled by a committee or a system or some other impersonal mechanism. The result of this is to diffuse accountability through a giant formless mass of human oatmeal. All of them are a little bit culpable, but no one person is entirely or even primarily responsible. It is therefore difficult to know where to direct one's fire. How about just indiscriminately towards all of them? Honestly, us wanting them out is the nicest possible thing we could do. Yes, it is the moderate solution. There are very few high-value targets, and simply removing one person here or there has no actual effect on the system, since individual functionaries are easily replaced. The answer to this is actually quite straightforward, requiring only the ruthless will to carry it out. That's what it oftentimes comes down to, is the will to do things. Since the locus of responsibility is at the systemic level, the systems must be targeted, which is to say the institutions, which is also to say the people staffing the institutions as a class. Because they act collectively and refuse all personal accountability, indeed using organizational opacity to make personal accountability impossible, collective accountability is the only possible solution. The end goal is simple. Take their power and take their wealth. This requires something more than memes and podcasts. Ultimately, we are talking here about access to material resources. Young white men need to be able to afford houses, and they need to be able to support families. They need access to real, tangible property and prosperity. The ideological work is already largely done in any case. The totems of racism, sexism, anti-Semitism, tolerance, democratic values, all the rest have already been cast down and broken. These sacred idols of the boomer truth regime of post-war liberalism lie shattered on the temple floor. The old priestly incantations no longer have any power to compel. The young white men have freed their minds of these. The moral legitimacy of the regime rests upon these broken idols and is therefore broken. The practical legitimacy of the regime relies upon its promises of technocratic competence and technological progress, and these two lie in ruins after years of failures, collapsing quality, and transparent lies. The regime has been completely outmaneuvered at the spiritual level. Political defeat is a necessary consequence of spiritual defeat, and it really cannot be emphasized enough that no victory is possible without political victory, without seizing control, one way or another, of the state. It's fashionable right now to be contemptuous of democracy, and I share this skepticism, being inclined towards warrior aristocracy or monarchy in some form or another myself. Hear, hear. Nevertheless, our current political structures are at least informed democratic, and winning elections is therefore a more or less necessary step, though of course far from sufficient given the existence of permanent bureaucracy and the judiciary, which by and large are controlled by the enemy and insulated from legislative and executive power. Therefore, the bureaucracy and judiciary must be destroyed. They're in the way. There's also understandably an exhaustion with the whole process given the interminable bureaucratic and judicial games that are played by our opponents, which so often frustrate electoral victories. It would be much easier if some enterprising colonel would simply launch a coup d'etat, no? Yes. And some enterprising colonel really should do that. Nevertheless, it is worth emphasizing that after all, Bukele came to power democratically, in the teeth of the united opposition of El Salvador's deep state. Nationalist populist parties across Europe are advancing relentlessly, despite the autocratic establishment using every dirty trick in the courts to block patriotic candidates and to hem them in with cordons sanitaires in the legislatures. In Britain, Reform is expected to sweep the next election with well over 300 seats, and is already dominating in local council elections. Then, of course, there is Trump, who has now won 3 elections in a row. If only, I know, right? So, through the grace of Providence, Trump is in the Oval Office. Riding with him as staffers and political operatives are many representatives of the angry young white men of the virtual Correos. Rod Dreher was wringing his hands about the impiety of the Groiper-adjacent young staffers he encountered in the imperial capital, who snigger at anti-Semitism and racism, hold democracy in contempt, and want to put the institutional legacy of the 20th century to the torch. That's the moderate solution. Of course, a woman like Dreher is more concerned by anti-Semitism than by anything else, not realizing that this is mainly an in-group identifier, a means by which comrades signal to one another that they do not worship the idols of their enemies, that they reject those attempts to shame them into not taking their own side, and that they are on no one's side but their own. The insinuation of the virtual Correos into the state opens up important opportunities for the next phase, which should be to begin dismantling the captured institutions, appropriating their wealth, and lustrating their inhabitants. And that's the moderate solution, chat. The obvious place to begin is in the courts, and the necessary elements for a courtroom feeding frenzy are already in place. The 2023 Supreme Court case, Students for Fair Admission v. Harvard, established that affirmative action in university admissions is unconstitutional. Of course, universities and by and large ignored this ruling, thereby leaving themselves open to further legal action. In 2025, the Supreme Court ruled in Ames v. Ohio Department of Youth Services that reverse discrimination against majority groups does not need to achieve a higher burden of proof than cases involving discrimination against minority groups. That's progress. In the 2024 case, Duval v. Northern Health Incorporated, a white male plaintiff was awarded $4 million in compensatory damages due to having been unjustly fired following a DEI-driven shakeup. There needs to be more of those lawsuits. The ongoing Missouri v. Starbucks lawsuit, led by Missouri Attorney General Andrew Bailey, is challenging the legality of corporate DEI programs, providing a blueprint for future lawsuits against other corporations. Again, there need to be more of these lawsuits. A ton more, yes. On June 11, 2025, the Department of Justice issued a memorandum promising enforcement of Executive Order 14173, ending illegal discrimination and restoring merit-based opportunity. Most recently, just a few days ago, and in clear response to the Compact article, the Equal Employment Opportunities Commission put out the word to white men to bring DEI-related discrimination to their attention. Unfortunately, there is a 180-day statute of limitations on EEOC complaints, but this is only one potential avenue of many. We'll start with a specific case of the universities, which are almost uniquely dependent on the government, and are by far the worst ideological offenders, indeed arguably the source of the problem. The universities are all quite clearly guilty of grievous violations of civil rights law, and there's no reason not to turn that body of law against them via class action lawsuits seeking to extract ruinous penalties. This can be paired with a broad spectrum of federal actions, DOJ investigations paired with massive fines, cutting off the supply of research grants, cutting off the supply of federal student loans. All of this just needs to be done preemptively. Similar actions can probably be pursued at the state level. Here, it is worth pointing out that Trump has been very stupid in allowing 600,000 Chinese exchange students to be brought in for the purpose of propping up the universities. Quite aside from the national security risk, there is no reason to prop them up, and he should instead be doing the opposite. In terms of him winning 3 elections, we just got news this weekend that Fulton County admitted the 300,000 unsigned ballots in 2020. Yes, I saw that. Confirming what we all knew. The 2020 election was stolen from Donald Trump. And Joe Biden should never have been in office. He was an illegitimate president. And his entire administration was illegitimate. Meanwhile, private class action lawsuits, for example, from young white men and their parents or young white male academics, can be launched on the basis of admissions and hiring discrimination. Apart from possible punitive damages, these would turn up internal documents in discovery, which would then be used to inflict reputational damage. University faculties and staff are notorious for leaving internal paper trails in which they admit to flagrant violations of civil rights law in service of racial justice. There needs to be more of this. Conspiracy theory, huh? Yeah. Funny how all those conspiracy theories turn out to be facts later on. I was about to say there's been a ton of stories coming out about how bad the 2020 election was stolen. Yeah, we all knew it. It was just verboten to be talked about publicly, especially in social media. The overall strategy would be to starve the universities of capital flow, while simultaneously raiding their capital reserves with the goal of driving them to bankruptcy. All of them need to be driven to bankruptcy. All of them. The process can be accelerated enormously just by removing accreditation. Without the ability to grant degrees, a university ceases to be a viable enterprise. When it receives receivership, its assets, real estate, patents, copyrights, whatever remains of its liquid capital, trademarks, physical plant, such as laboratories and IT infrastructure, everything are acquired by a third party, which then has the opportunity to reconstitute the institution under new leadership. Maybe don't do that. Just liquidate it all. Just tear it all down, burn it all down, close it all down. Liquidate everything down to the paper clips. Except the Candace ones. That lady is crazy. Yeah, I don't trust Candace Owens. Someone who in their lefty days basically led a very public doxing campaign. Joe, thank you for the gift sub to Sure. Enjoy your gift sub. Someone like that who led doxing campaigns against right-wingers. And then all of a sudden turned right-wing herself. I don't trust someone like that. It was a blessing in disguise, though. Musk's entrenchment and Biden's incompetence has empowered the current administration. He would have done nothing had he won 2020. That's true. Though he wins 2024, and it seems in many ways he's doing nothing now. So it begs the question, was it worth it? I mean, sure, it's better than the alternative, but he's still not fucking doing enough. Weak men create hard times create strong men thing, yes. Employment contracts of the recaptured institutions are rendered null and void. Former employees are strongly disfavored for re-employment. This is the lustration component. Exceptions can be made in cases in which individual employees, particularly those with essential technical knowledge, can demonstrate that they resisted or opposed DEI in some fashion. However, the presumption must be that the majority of those hired within the last 10 or 15 years were hired because of DEI or support DEI, or more likely both. The old white men, of course, can be pensioned off into retirement, which will buy the complicity of most. The diversity hires are no loss. In their place, the reconstituted university should then prioritize recruitment of the young white men who were previously and wrongly excluded. Young white men with the right credentials exist in abundance, thanks to decades of the overproduction of doctorates. Finding good candidates won't be a problem. They will then have the opportunity and resources to start fresh, to prove themselves, to rebuild and reimagine these institutions essentially from the ground up, bringing all of their youthful energy to the process. In practice, this amounts to much the same thing as the popular building parallel institutions, with the crucial difference that it includes a healthy infusion of startup capital. The result of this would be to achieve almost immediate turnover of the personnel in higher education. Universities would no longer be the fortresses of civilization's enemies, but realigned with Western civilization. The enemies would be punished and friends rewarded at massive scale. We'd need to be doing more of that. That is how you win. You reward your friends and you punish your enemies. This is essentially the Henry VIII strategy, to dissolve the monasteries, destroying the power of the Catholic Church in England, using its massive store of wealth to build the Church of England in its place and inject new vitality into the private economy. It should be noted that universities are already struggling. The demographic cliff resulting from an extended fertility drought is structurally reducing their customer base. Meanwhile, the feminization of the campus environment is coding academia as women's work, leading to young men simply avoiding university entirely. The intrinsic low status assigned to women's work is further contributing to prestige collapse. All of these factors weaken the universities, making it that much easier to go after them. Their eventual collapse is overdetermined, but that which is falling should also be pushed. Amen. So much for the universities. What about the private sector? The movie studios, the publishing houses, the television networks, the large corporations, the financial institutions, these are, of course, also just as guilty of systematic discrimination on the basis of race and sex. They are at least equally tempting targets for plunder and expropriation, and crucially, they are also failing due to a decade of substandard products and services. Hollyweird just had one of its worst years on record, for instance. Once again, class action lawsuits and DOJ investigations are an obvious strategy. Proving discrimination in the case of any individual applicant is usually impossible, but demonstrating systemic discrimination should be very easy at the statistical level. Did a corporation have a DEI policy? Did white men comprise an obviously tiny fraction of new hires during the cancelled years? Okay then, the organization is guilty of illegal discrimination, and we are now fining you $1 Googleplex. Since you can't pay that, your assets now belong to the plaintiffs, and anyone who works at your company is out of a job. As an example, I have to look this up. Googleplex. What does that mean? 10 to the power of a Google, where a Google is 10 to the 100th power. A 1 followed by 100 zeros. So Googleplex is 10 to the 10th to the 100th power. A quantity so vast it's impossible to write out, exceeding the number of atoms in the observable universe. Yeah, I'd say that's the moderate solution there. Yeah, fuck ton of zeros. Lots and lots of zeros. As an example, every white male engineer who's struggled to find employment over the last few years could target IBM, which, under Arvind Krishna, is on public record as discriminating against white male software engineers as a matter of policy. IBM Red Hat are already involved in a lawsuit with an executive alleging he was fired because he is a white man, by the way. Maybe you limit the plaintiffs to engineers who actually applied to work at IBM. Maybe you just open a lawsuit to every engineer with plausible qualifications and the wrong demographics, whether they submitted a resume or not. It doesn't even matter if they necessarily would have gotten hired on the strength of their GitHub commits alone. Since they are white males, they were automatically and illegally disqualified. Dismantle IBM, send their H-1B Indians back to the subcontinent, send their HR ladies to the unemployment line, and put cash money in the pockets of hundreds of thousands of engineers and a whole lot of lawyers who will probably also be young white men, because lawyers of diversity are probably not going to take that case. Then repeat with Microsoft, Facebook, Apple, Amazon, Netflix, Google, and of course repeat for other corporations across other industries as necessary. BlackRock, I'm glad he mentioned BlackRock, has something like $13 trillion in assets under management and around $160 billion of its own liquid capital. For its role in ESG, its direct assets should simply be fined away from it, Larry Fink should be thrown in jail, and its assets under management put in more responsible hands. Larry Fink should not go to jail. He should be executed. He should be given the death penalty and immediately executed. He is an evil man and he does not deserve to live. All of this no doubt sounds enormously destructive. Taken to its logical conclusion, it would dismantle much of the US corporate infrastructure. Good. We need to do that with Western European infrastructure while we're at it. Concentrations of capital would be plundered and redistributed to ordinary private citizens, parceled out into millions of tiny payments. The American economy would lie in smoking ruins, but what did you think reparations meant? Vibes? Essays? In practice, though, it probably would not be necessary to take things to quite this extreme. Oh, yes, it is necessary to take things to this extreme. It is absolutely necessary. Nothing less than the extreme will suffice. Making an example of a few high-profile corporations in a few key sectors would induce sheer punch-shitting terror in boardrooms all over the country, and they would begin falling all over themselves to very publicly and ostentatiously clean house and make amends. And even further, yes. Many are in any case probably eager to do so. Diversity hires perform at a low level, political agitators are disruptive, and the consequences of the bottom line are plainly ruinous. The threat of bankruptcy via class action lawsuit would provide corporate boards and their officers with an excuse to lay off en masse the overburden of barnicular deadweight that they have accumulated in recent years, after which they could begin hiring on the basis of ability once again. I love that term, barnicular deadweight. We know what deadweight means, but barnicular, reference to barnacles. Courtroom looting of corporate America on this scale would indeed be economically catastrophic in the short term. A wise prince would not want this to continue for too long. After breaking his enemies and satisfying his supporters' hunger for justice and booty, he would seek to stabilize things. The only way to do this would be to gut the Civil Rights Act itself. Yes. It was precisely this notion of civil rights, this idea that discrimination is a priori evil, that led to the generational persecution of white men in the first place. Paired with the assumption of biological equality, every disparate outcome becomes evidence of discrimination, and therefore cause for legal penalty or regulatory intervention. The crescendo this reached during the cancelled years was merely a hysterical zenith of a pattern that had been in effect since the mid-60s. Added to the lexicon, yes. I'm older than Google. It can cease to exist just as it was created. I'm also older than Google. And yeah, you're right. It can cease to exist. We got along just fine without it before. Something else better will come along. From a purely practical perspective, so long as civil rights protections were only being applied to minority populations comprising a relatively small fraction of the population, their burden was manageable, a mere annoyance. As mass immigration grew the fraction of minorities in the population, however, the injustice borne by the majority population, and particularly the injustice suffered by its best exemplars, became intolerable, to the degree that the option of picking up the civil rights sword has become not simply attractive, but necessary to survival. In the long term, however, over a large scale, this is simply untenable. It would break the economy completely, making every decision to hire and fire, to admit or to exclude, to publish or reject, the seed of a potentially ruinous lawsuit. The only way to prevent this situation from spiraling out of control would be to re-establish absolute freedom of association, perhaps even via constitutional amendment. Currently, an implicit right to freedom of association is found within the emanations and umbras of the First Amendment, but this is interpreted narrowly as a right to join. To be meaningful, it must also be a right to exclude. I'm barely older than Google by mere months, lol. Oh my. Organizations, whether universities, corporations, neighborhood associations, churches, civil society groups, or volunteer organizations, must be allowed to discriminate in whatever fashion they choose, without fear of legal penalty. In practice, this would lead to the rapid re-establishment of meritocracy wherever it actually mattered, since employers who discriminated against the highest performing groups would simply be outcompeted by those who did not. Water would find its own level again, and nature would begin to heal. Yeah, worth it to read the whole thing, chat. We're finished here. That's a good blueprint. You can find these under the news and politics section of the Castle Rexworth Discord, by the way. I have a partial excerpt, I think. Yeah. Matt Taibbi writing on Substack. Though this one's locked behind a paywall. But some comments. No one's going to make Harvard or whatever hire white guys again, nor should we beg, that's not our style. Just let the DEI hires have it. While they run it into the ground, already are, we'll build the next elite thing, pure merit, zero bullshit. It's what we do. We always have. Enjoy watching them realize campus soil isn't magic, then whine about whatever we build instead. Trust the process. It's important that white people feel defeated. If this is how someone feels about me, I'll take them at their word. They're not a fellow citizen engaged in constructive dialogue. They're an enemy with whom no cooperation is possible. Noted. Keep your head down, hide your beliefs, play the game. This is a great recipe for losing everything. I'll keep my head down and hide my beliefs just until I get into college. Then I'll be open about my beliefs. Well, actually, I better wait till I graduate. Don't want to jeopardize my grades. Well, actually, after I get my advanced degree. Okay, once I get hired. Well, I want to climb in this company. Better stay quiet. Okay, now I'm the face of the company. I can't let my personal beliefs reflect on the organization. Next thing you know, you've kept your head down and remained silent for your entire life. Good God, man, do you get 3 new tabs for every one you close? Yeah, pretty much. We're going through them quickly, though. I'm closing them out. That's not copium, chat. Shut up. By the way, anyone who was shitting on millennials until 5 minutes ago wasn't smart enough to realize the reason millennial culture was so cringe is because millennial white men were systematically removed from every culturally significant industry. Obviously, it was going to be cringe and gay. It was entirely made up of liberal women and minorities. Matt Forney writing, this is directionally correct, but ignores the very real hatred and contempt boomer men have for their sons and their sick fascination for bending over backwards for their daughters. All boomers, regardless of political belief, are simps. They'll do anything for their daughters, bail them out of any bad situation while leaving their sons to twist in the wind. A while back, a guy posted on here about how he justifiably felt a little resentment when he offered to buy his dad's car off him and was told no, only for the dad to outright give it to the guy's sister when she could afford to buy her own car. Every millennial guy and tons of Zoomers, the ones with sisters, have stories of our parents screwing us over like this to some degree. Some creep replied to OP to the effect of, "Your dad was right to screw you over, and in fact I'm going to personally pay my daughter's rent so she doesn't have to marry some dirtbag for money." What the hell is this, 1750? Also, Christ, what a fucking simp. I'm convinced that if infanticide were legal, a significant number of boomers would have left their infant sons exposed on a hilltop. Boomers have a bizarre two-tier mentality where their sons are expected to scrape and fight for everything with no help whatsoever, a cartoonish interpretation of trad masculinity, while they encourage their daughters to be progressive, aim for the stars, and give them everything they can to help. DEI played perfectly on the boomers' character defects because it allowed them justification for something they'd already been doing. No doubt, sadly. Another example, I once worked at a tech startup run by a boomer. He hired a Filipina administrative assistant and treated her like a daughter, at one point buying her a Mercedes on the company dime. She totaled it a week later because she was that bad of an alcoholic. She's also Asian and a woman, so there's that. She was also later discovered to have embezzled $250,000 from the company. Imagine my shock. You say that like the infant sons would have gotten out of the womb. True, real. The recent trend of Zillow crack shack slot posting is the final degeneration of the boomer's obsession with protecting his daughters and eating his sons. Man-up style shaming language is used to browbeat young white men into accepting third-class status. Lower your expectations, white man. Move to shit-stain Iowa, work at Hy-Vee, and live in a former meth lab. You don't deserve to have dreams or ambitions. Other people get to be doctors, lawyers, tech workers, or politicians, but not you. You're a pussy if you don't choose to immiserate yourself. The boomer would never dare give that advice to his daughter. He's probably paying her law school tuition. He almost certainly put her on birth control when she was 16 because he didn't have the balls to tell her not to be a slut, while telling his son he would kill him if he got anyone pregnant at that age. Why are boomers like this? Is it because they're afraid of their wives? Boomer women are borderline feral. Yes, that's part of the reason, yes. Is it because they want to fuck their daughters? There's a lot to unpack with that question, and I don't want to do it here. Is it because they view their sons as sexual competition? There's a lot to unpack with that question. I don't really want to do that here. Either way, we see the effects of it all around us. DEI was able to destroy the lives of white male millennials and Zoomers because it played to the boomers' cooked, servile, wounded ego. If boomer men didn't have an incestuous obsession with their daughters, none of this pressure from women and minorities would have worked. John Carter, whom we just got done reading from, they just run the same script every time. When they start, it isn't happening. When it's in full swing, it's good that it's happening. When the backlash starts, I had no idea this was happening, shocked Pikachu face. When scalps start getting taken, I oppose this happening from the very beginning. Don't believe them. Take their scalp. 1 in 6 hiring managers have been told to stop hiring white men, November 7th, 2022. This is what people felt comfortable saying explicitly, a literal crime, as recently as a few years ago to their hiring managers, and not a single one objected. Why is Gen Z moving so far to the right? Well, you see, the whole bread and circuses thing only works when the bread isn't poisoned and the circuses aren't constantly calling their audience racist. Bumbadum. Writing, this article is really good. Referring to the original Lost Generation article. Excellently researched, breaks down what we all already knew. The reason why the neo-lib class is trying to pivot to, wow, this was bad, we had no idea, is because the culture is starting to broadly shift, not in any meaningful way, though. And they were so blatant in their violation of the law that they must feign shock. What I think is very interesting and particularly sad is this segment. Jacob by no means is an ordinary writer. No ordinary writer can pen an 8,000-word article that is compelling, entertaining, well-researched, and proves substantively the point he's making. No ordinary person can write as he does and makes waves across the internet as he did. His quality is consistent. I remember stumbling across his previous piece in March, which was of identical quality. I do not know a single college graduate that could write comparably. I knew maybe a handful of Anons that could do this. Jacob and the generations lost through this undeniable systematic discrimination deserve to scorch the earth with an impassioned fire of righteous indignation. He does the opposite to many people's ire, and writes that he simply was ordinary, echoing the mediocre white man critique we hear all the time. He very clearly knows what happened was wrong and was evil, but he performs a mea culpa for those who hate him for what he is and resent him for his extraordinary talent. And so many more like him will, unfortunately. No, he isn't ordinary as he claims, and the times not being ordinary have nothing to do with it. Jacob and countless others have extraordinary talent. The moment they are not constantly pressed down upon, they consistently produce excellence. Maybe this tired tone is what made the piece so approachable to the neoliberal, resentfully progressive class. Maybe his resignation to the lie that he is ordinary is what caused for this piece to get so much traction. If Jacob had published this with pride and his chest out, then it likely wouldn't have made waves. It would have been discarded as the exceptional work of a mediocre white man. I don't know, but I find it disgusting he would ever call himself ordinary. Zarathustra, tweeting, "There's a massive preference cascade underway." Quote tweeting John Carter, whom we previously read from. "The dam is broken. The emotional barriers preventing us from confronting what was done to us doesn't exist anymore." Everyone on Twitter is posting and talking about this now, but if you talked about it while it was happening, you were an absolute freak and people would go out of their way to ruin your life in any way possible. Article hasn't quite escaped X yet. Props to these guys for being the only ones with the balls to share the article on LinkedIn. This article has 6 million views on Twitter. I don't see anyone sharing on LinkedIn. Wonder why. Beginning in 2014, Prestige Industries decided they urgently needed to diversify. They didn't purge established boomers, instead they did everything possible to avoid hiring white millennial men. This is a story of a generation derailed by DEI. Discrimination is wrong, yet from 2014 to 2024, discrimination was rebranded to DEI and most major companies normalized it. Massive preference cascade underway. A preference cascade occurs when numerous individuals around the same time realize they are not the only one who thinks the way they do. Before the moment arrives, there is an established orthodoxy which remains unquestioned in the official spaces, but as people are left alone with their own thoughts, they find themselves thinking in various heterodox ways, and then one day, it happens. Numerous individuals discover all at once they discover that many others believe that the reigning acceptableness is unacceptable. And when that happens, there is a lurch, a revolution. Christopher Lasch warned about this over 30 years ago. This is from Christian Haynes. He said that the emphasis on what eventually became DEI would create a competency crisis that would inevitably destroy multiple institutions once considered essential to American civic life. In Revolt of the Elites, he wrote, "The crisis of competence suggests the need for a revisionist interpretation of American history, one that stresses the degree to which liberal democracy has lived off the borrowed capital of moral and religious traditions, antedating the rise of liberalism." Vivid Void writing, "The cultural turn against men defined my professional life. I wrote 2 novels that my agent could not place because of my identity. I eventually left academia, where I hoped to become a professor of the humanities, because faculty did not even bother to hide their contempt for my identity. I said fuck this and started my own publishing company, did very well and exited in the mid-10s. And now I have the privilege of working as a professional writer, counselor, and freelance religion teacher. Going independent ultimately worked for me, but it was extraordinarily painful to be outcast from my own class by women who I previously supported in their rise to power. They'll betray you because they will always protect the sisterhood over you. And they will always sacrifice you to the altar of the sisterhood. You can call me foolish for having done that, and I certainly feel that way sometimes. Good, you should. But it doesn't change the fact that it was a betrayal. That's true. And at the end of the day, it was the perfect example of the systemic discrimination that they built their movement condemning. I'm one of the lucky ones. I still managed to do well, and even now I've become a very strange version of a humanities professor. But I know independence and entrepreneurship do not work for everyone, and isn't a viable option for most men. Without institutional support, many extremely talented thinkers, men much smarter than I, cannot make enough money to pursue their genius. That has been a huge loss for them and for our entire culture. I know there's no way to get justice for this without perpetuating further injustice. Don't be too sure. It was a decentralized movement. It often worked extremely subtly, and many otherwise good people participated unevenly in it. Mob justice won't accomplish anything. It won't even feel good once you see who gets swept up in it along with the guilty. Yeah, at this point, I'll take some mob justice. I'll take some mob justice. I think a lot of us would take mob justice at this point. That's not... You don't win the game by taking some sort of fictitious high road. No, we need some mob justice here at this point. We're past being civil and nice about these things. Farmers in Brussels, yes. The answer to this is not to make peace with these people. Peace is not possible with those who seek your total destruction. Amen. Well fucking said. Nor is it to fiddle around the edges banning DEI. They'll just change the name and carry on, prosecuting a few people for EEOC violations, making cosmetic changes at the executive level. Again, underlings will just keep doing their thing. Changes to legislation are necessary, legal action is necessary, but that does nothing about the ideologues, who will find ways to do what they do regardless of the legal environment. We're dealing with a distributed ideological network that has infested and broken every single institution. They are dug in like ticks everywhere. Every participant is a little bit guilty. Every institution needs to be reconstructed. And to be reconstructed, it needs to be torn down first. Then there's the matter of all the criminally underutilized human capital left lying on the sidelines, stewing in bitterness and depression, increasingly ready to just burn it all down. And that's what needs to be done at this point. It all needs to be burnt to the ground. Those young white men need justice, and they need to be put to work in a way that makes use of their many talents. The answer is the corporate death penalty and lustration. The offending corporation gets dissolved, all assets he kind of went into all of this. And if you think this solution sounds extreme, you should know that a lot of those young white men would be just as happy to see mass executions. Yeah, mass executions, that kind of sounds like the moderate solution at this point. So true, if you're reading this, the rest of your life will be defined by whether you and your friends can be indifferent to the tears of women and foreigners. It's no coincidence that alt media, YouTube, podcasting, Substack all took off right at the peak of DEI. Nor is it a coincidence that these fields are heavily dominated by white men. They were essentially banished from academia, media, and corporate America as a matter of explicit policy, so they had to create new outlets from scratch. Do you believe in the electric chair? No, I believe in the electric bleachers. Yes. If their behavior was honorable, they wouldn't care if you noticed their ethnicity. I hate the content of their character. It seems like nearly every post-war consensus is either under attack or breaking down. The American dream is achievable, breaking down. US as global police, breaking down. NATO as a unified unquestioned security guarantor, breaking down. Americanism as a creed, not a people, contested. Mass media as trusted arbiter of truth, breaking down. Dollar primacy, Bretton Woods architecture, contested. Technocratic governance ruled by experts, breaking down. This is important because of the strong correlation between broken consensus and conflict, both domestically and globally. The most infuriating part of modernity is the ambiguity of authority. Men can tolerate a superior who's a bit of an asshole, but they despise being mistreated by an invisible force they have no redress of grievances against. They've built opaque, illegible structures of responsibility diffusion that make it impossible to identify any one malefactor. Individually, they are only a little bit responsible, making severe sanctions seem like an overreaction. As a class, collectively, their culpability is immense. There's only one way to deal with that, which is to dismantle those systems while holding those who participate in them collectively responsible. When one side of the political divide ruthlessly attacks tens of millions of people, explicitly says they're doing so because of the crimes of their ancestors, then establishes an institutional racial caste system which places them at the bottom of the social hierarchy for no other reason than the fact that their ancestors were white Anglo-Protestant settlers who founded this country, you don't get to act shocked when a backlash forms around the basis of the very ancestry and lineage that the left now explicitly demonizes with near genocidal level rhetoric. There's virtually no intensity on the right, and intensity is what's necessary to preserve a political community. In its place, we get endless irony poisoning, blackpilling, cowardice, and dismissive shrugs about those wacky woke liberals. Holy shit, what a line, I know, right? A deadly serious right would have responded to comments like this by destroying the person who uttered them. There would have been a price to pay for signaling your status as an enemy combatant like this. Instead, we just shrugged this off and did nothing. Republicans don't act decisively like Democrats do because they don't really believe in the cause they espouse. Say whatever you want about the left, but they're true believers. How can they not be? It takes a true level of fanaticism to declare that men are women, that Somali migrants are more American than you and me, or that the greatest threat facing society is whiteness. Anyone willing to adopt such obviously insane takes as foundational beliefs is certainly capable of taking the necessary actions to implement them as a matter of policy. The left will espouse views that lead to civilization-level suicide because they have taken these things to an almost theological level. They believe they have the mandate of heaven, and that they alone have a divine right to rule. They don't have the mandate, and they don't have the right. The right has no such true believers in their midst. They might claim to support traditional values or Western civilization, but in the final analysis they do not believe they have the right to rule anything, much less impose their worldview in their own country. This needs to change, and fast, if the right wants to win. The right just wants to be left alone while the left wants to rule, and in a struggle between evangelizing zealots and isolationist hermits, who do you think wins out in the end? Therefore, you cannot be left alone because your enemies won't leave you alone. Therefore, you have to be eternally vigilant, and you'll never be left alone. TLDR got to get their balls up, yes. No, I wonder if they ever will. Anyways, it is after 9 o'clock Central Time. I do have to be up fairly early-ish tomorrow. This went on a lot longer to the point where we really didn't have time to do any sort of video reacts, but hey, still some good content, and I don't have to attribute any videos to anyone whenever this all gets edited down, although Action, you are going to have a hell of a time doing all of this editing, because basically just spent the whole time reading and reacting to 2 whole articles. So, yeah. All of these tabs are going to stay in place for probably another week. It'll be fine. I'm caught up with the other vids, lol. Alright, if you're sure. But, I think on this note, it's time that we end stream for the night, and we find people to raid over on Twitch and Kick. The tabs will have multiplied by then. Yeah, probably. Actually, I see someone we can raid here on Twitch. How appropriate, since I do work as a lorry driver and they're playing American Truck Simulator. Over on Twitch, we're going to raid Hinataki. Let's see who we've got. Let's see who we have who's live in the VTuber category over on Kick that we can go raid and say hello to. Oh, would you look at that? I'm in the top 10 for the VTubers category on Kick. Thank you so much, chat. You're the ones who played a heavy part in that. I give you all the credit for that. Let's see who we have. I don't think we've ever raided them. Let me see if we can host them. Yeah, definitely will be tuning in a lot more. Well, thank you, sure. I do appreciate that. You have to be here for us to help with that. That is true. I do play some part, but I wouldn't be here without all of you and without all of your help. And I'm glad to be seen that things are going so well on Kick. I mean, between multi-streaming on Kick, Twitch, and YouTube, close to 20 viewers tonight, which is a new personal best for me. And I think this is aside from a couple of raids by Leaflet, this is which just stratospheric levels of viewer count. Doing really good, getting up into the double digits here on Kick. So thank you all for being, as Kirsha calls them, the warm bodies that pay me real American penny dollars. Thank you for all of the kicks and for all of the subs and gift subs over there, as well as on Twitch. Thank you for the bits and subs there. Just thank you all for being with me through good times and bad. It really means a lot to me because this has definitely been a rough year for me. 2026, I fear, is still going to be a bit rough. But this still brings me joy. And this still brings me a certain measure of peace. And even stress relief to a certain extent. Get a lot of this out of my system. And have fun doing it with all of you. So, again, hand on heart, bottom of my heart, I thank you all so very much. It really just means everything to me. All of you being here, listening, watching, supporting, liking the content, subscribing across all platforms, hanging out with me in the Castle Rexworth Discord. All of it. Thank you. I hope all of you have a very safe and happy Christmas with your friends, with your families. Please stay safe out there. Again, no drink driving. Get an Uber, get a Lyft if you need to go anywhere, and you've had a few. Be safe out there. Stay warm too. It's going to be very... It's going to get fairly chilly out there in some parts of the world, so do be careful. Next stream, fingers crossed, will be next Saturday. Sort of pre-New Year's Eve, New Year's Day stream where we will try to get through as many of those tabs for YouTube as possible. Eventually, I'll get back to playing video games. Eventually. Have a Merry Christmas, man. You too, sure. All of you have a very Merry, Happy Christmas. All of you. And I will see all of you next weekend. But let's go raid Hinataki over on Twitch. Collabing with Andrik Barton and Yori. With American Truck Simulator. And... well, shit. They signed off. I was going to raid Elfin Psyop. But looks like they have signed off. So, let's go to Plan B. Go find somebody else to raid. Let's see who we have here. What do we think of Moko Rui? Bye-bye, rest well, Rex. Merry Christmas. You too, Valeran. All of you. Happy Christmas. Let's see if we can raid Moko Rui over on Kick. But yeah. Raids implementing here shortly. See if it works. And it worked. Okay. So we'll say goodbye to Kick. And now we're going to set up the raid over on... there we go. Alright. And there's some copy pasta for everybody on the Twitch side. But yes. Happy Christmas, everyone. See you next week. I'm Lord Rexworth. Wishing you all the best. And God bless.